Oh, hey everybody! It's Kevin and Brad coming at you once again. Brad with them.
That was my old Chinese movie.
Like Brad's sex look. He was giving us the sexy eyes. There it is. I've been watching the My Pillow dude. He did a long form interview on Dave Rubin. I think was it today or it was sometime in the last couple of days. I knew that the dude was super successful and now he's friends with Donald Trump and he triggered liberals the world over by saying that we need to get back to reading our Bibles and getting back to God when he was brought up during the coronavirus task force press conference last week. But I didn't know his whole story. Did you know that guy used to smoke crack?
No, but that's killer.
So the My Pillow dude used to smoke crack and was a huge crack addict and had has had this horrible whirlwind chaotic life and has just fucked everything up he's ever done. And he's
to do that.
And he's a Christian because he's like, no matter how bad I fuck my life up, no matter if I smoke crack, no matter what I do, God just keeps putting me on the I don't know who this guy is. Ben, is that you?
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, what's up?
Not much. Just woke up from a nap. Didn't have a very productive Saturday like I hoped.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, I guess it depends on what you're trying to. We don't need that.
I was like, it's Saturday?
Yeah.
We're just talking about the My Pillow guy. I've been watching an interview with the My Pillow guy. I had no idea. Ben, were you aware that he used to smoke crack and be a fucking crazy person?
No, I didn't. I didn't know that.
Yeah, apparently he used to smoke crack and be a complete psycho, and he started My Pillow and became ultra successful and famous, inspiring.
Some sort of Canadian, I don't know, governor or something that got in trouble for smoking a bunch of crack.
Yeah, well, there's been a few. I think didn't the Baltimore, Maryland
mayor? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
I think he smoked crack, and then I think he smoked crack and then got reelected.
Perfect.
Oh yeah, I think I heard about that.
Oh man, Ben, what's going on, brother?
Not much. I've just been, working, reading, working on writing as usual. My sleep schedule got completely thrown out of whack this week.
For what reason?
It's just on Monday. It was ridiculously crazy at work because it was the day after a holiday, and it's always crazy on a day after a holiday. And I was so tired around when I got off, I just took a nap and ended up sleeping for 5 hours. And now I've been stuck in a cycle where around 5 I fall asleep for 4 or 5 hours and don't fall asleep at night until the 4 or 5 in the morning.
I hate that. That happens to me when I get real stressed out. I fall into a pattern of sleeping 4 and 4. I'll sleep 4 hours and then be tired all morning into early afternoon, and then sleep 4 more hours and then be up all evening. And that just wrecks me. It makes me feel terrible when that happens. But right now I'm on this weird pattern of sleep where I normally get between 5 and 6 hours of sleep a night, and that's fine for me to function on. But then about every 2 weeks, I'll have a day where I just have to crash out. And yes, last night was that night for me. I could not get my shit together all yesterday, and I was just extremely exhausted all day and all night. And I ended up sleeping about 12 hours. I ended up sleeping basically off and on from 1 a.m. to 1 p.m. today. I got up and drew a couple pages in the afternoon, but I ate a real light breakfast and then went back to bed and slept for 3 hours.
Sometimes you gotta hibernate.
Yeah. I before we get going or anything, I just want to say to everybody that's tuning into this stream, there's 1 million streams going on tonight. It's streaming has become a pretty common activity for everyone trying to get through the corona apocalypse. And so anybody that actually puts eyeballs on this show, and there's one of my friends' bands, Without Motherfucking Order, is doing a really cool blacklight concert right now, live concert. Doug TeNaples doing an eking stream right now. There's all kinds of people that are running live shows tonight. I just appreciate everybody that's going to hang out with us and do our thing. We're going to do something a little different tonight. Normally, me and Brad will sit here and bullshit about whatever, but we invited a couple of writers on. Our friend Ben here. How do you pronounce your last name, Ben? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Arzate.
Arzate?
Yep.
That's a motherfucker of a last name, man. There's a lot. That's a big dick last name if I've ever heard one. Ben Arzate. Yeah. What is that? Is that Hispanic?
Yeah, my dad was from Mexico.
Yeah, was he?
Even other Mexicans can't pronounce it properly.
So are you? Because there's different strains of Latino, right? There's white Latino, and then there's, I guess, brown Latino. Which strain do you come from?
I mean, I myself am pretty white because my mother's side they're Finnish, but my dad was pretty dark looking.
Was
he actually looked a lot like Richard Ramirez.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty. It's pretty dark. So you're a writer. You're a novelist.
Yep.
So we're going to start drawing here. Brad, flip your camera around. You're upside down.
Oh, that's my specialty, man.
And then I'm going to switch over to mine as well. And we'll, nope, I don't want to share my screen. I'll switch my camera. And then we'll get to know Ben here for the audience. We'll get to know Ben, and we'll have him read some short fiction while we draw. And we're gonna start doing this. I know a lot of writers, and I hate most of them, but the couple that I do like, I'll have on the show, and we'll do some short fiction readings because, or some excerpts from novels or whatever you guys feel comfortable doing, because you guys are the few writers that I do like are great writers and write really cool, weird shit. So while I'm drawing giant anthropomorphic dick demons here, we'll have Ben read us some weird fiction. So let me get finished up here. So just tell us a little bit about your business there, Ben. How'd you get started being a writer?
I actually started back in high school doing music, and writing lyrics was kind of how I got into it. Then I started writing poetry, and then got more into just writing in general. Took some classes in college, and I got a lot of good feedback for my stories, so I just decided to start pursuing it.
I took exactly one writing class in college, and I won an Editor's Choice Award for one of the stories I submitted in the class. And it was like, the situation was like, I was I knew I wanted to be a novelist, but I'm the kind of guy that I always take my time with whatever new artistic medium I'm going to get involved in. And so I was like, well, I'm going to take a class and see if I'm any good. Like, I'm going to write I'm going to do the writing prompts that the teacher asks of us, and we'll just see where academically I am as a fiction writer. So I took a creative writing class and ended up winning the Editor's Choice Award for one of my stories. And it was a story about a giant radioactive blob monster consuming the life force of an entire city. And somehow but I turned it into a philosophical story about consciousness being about all of humanity or all of life in general being connected to one larger consciousness. And this giant blob monster tapped into that consciousness when he started off as a human, became a giant blob monster. And so I tried to do some like faggy philosophical shit with it in the process. And I guess I won over the judges, because they went ahead and gave an Editor's Choice writing award to a guy who wrote a giant, like a kaiju story. So
it's What If the Blob, but Jungianism.
A Jungian blob story. Yeah, how about that? So what was your experience with college writing classes? Did you enjoy it? Did you think they were a bunch of pretentious fucks?
It was mostly positive, a little mixed. I actually did win an award too. It was for a nonfiction class. They had us write humorous articles, and I decided to do like a humorous listicle, mostly because Cracked at the time was still, good. So I kind of took inspiration from them, and I just kind of wrote something. I was actually kind of dumb in retrospect. It was like a top 10 list of people I hate or something like that. But everybody thought it was hilarious, and I ended up winning an award.
That's fucking cool, man. That's fucking cool. I like awards. Awards are a really good way to when it comes to art, everything is so subjective, and there's not for a lot of us. There's not really many victories in art. You kind of bleed for your craft, and you might have a little bit of recognition here and there from readers, or it's mostly like friends and family being like, "You're so talented. You're going to be the next Stephen King." Beyond that, there's not a whole lot of accolades that come from artistic endeavors, and it's I enjoy the pomp and circumstance of award ceremonies and stuff, because it gives you an actual tangible. Not only does it give you an opportunity to compete in art, and that opportunity doesn't come along very often, other than like in the marketplace where you're competing for eyeballs. But actual artistic competitions, I think all competition is healthy and helps us grow and pushes us out of our comfort zones and breaks our boundaries as creative people. And award ceremonies are just another way to do that. That might seem surprising to some people listening, because I bag on the Bizarro Fiction Awards so bad, but it's just because I don't think that they I don't think that they hand out their awards using a merit-based system, and that's always been my problem with it. Not the awards themselves, just that I think if you're going to give out awards, they should be based on the merit of the work, not who you know or how good of a representative of that genre you were this year or whatever. Anyway, so
Right.
you won some awards, and when were you like, what, this is me, this is what I'm gonna do, this is my identity as a human, I'm going all in on this writer shit? When did that happen?
I can't really remember when I really said that. I did, tell a couple of my my college writer creative writing professors that I did want to be a writer. One encouraged me. The other one looked at me like I was retarded.
Did both of them suggest you become a teacher?
Huh?
Did both of them suggest you become a teacher?
No, neither of them did that. I mean, the one who looked at me that like I was retarded, she actually did have good advice. Is like, if you want to become a writer, then keep a day job, which I definitely think is true. But the problem is she kind of went from having that realistic attitude to at some point just kind of, being, I don't know, the dream crusher, which I guess is necessary at some point, because you do have to, kind of be realistic about, what you're going to do with pursuing something like writing, especially now when it's almost impossible to make a living off of that. I think, and I also did have some poems published in the student journal at my college, so that was very encouraging. I think it was actually when I found some online alt-lit literary magazines was when I really started going all in on it, because that was me kind of realizing, I don't have to get like a book together before I can actually start getting my name out there, because for a while I was still in that very like traditional kind of mindset that you have to put a book together before you do anything else.
I don't think that's very good advice. I think that it's way better to work on short fiction for quite a few years before you start putting together an actual novel.
Yeah, I did have a few failed attempts, and but I did manage to get some poetry and short stories published, and eventually I did get my first novel published, The Story of the Why.
It's called The Story of the Why.
Yes.
What's that about?
It was an idea I actually had the idea for a while, but it's based on an actual mysterious musician named Wyatt Beckhurst, and the story is about a wannabe music journalist who comes across a clue to who that musician is, and he and his friends go to Mexico to try to find him, and a lot of stuff goes wrong for them.
Would you say, is it like a literary novel or horror novel, or?
I'd say to me it was an adventure novel. I originally submitted it to Thick and Veiny, who have published Vince Kramer, Justin Grimball, and it's run by Bix Scahill.
Yeah, I've hung out with that dude. We did a bunch of readings in Chicago at the Bizarro Hour.
Oh, okay. But yeah, he runs that. He originally, it was picked up for Thick and Veiny, but then he said, "I want to do this imprint called Cabal Books with more literary books," and my book ended up being the second one published under that imprint. So I guess it is literary.
That's cool. Mr. Frank, thanks for joining us, brother.
What is up, fellers? I couldn't let Ben steal all the spotlight this evening.
Well, I'm drawing giant anthropomorphic penis demons.
That's why I'm here. Oh, no, not genitalia. The Zek is gonna kick you.
You may. I don't know. They Brian comes with the heater up in the comments. The Hail Mary. I need a Dream Reaper 2. Oh boy. It's my first feature film. It's god awful. Put me on the map though. When in 2006, when I released that feature film, like it was very difficult to be an independent filmmaker still. It's terribly easy now. But at the time, like I made this terrible, really cheesy, horrific backyard horror comedy shot on a camcorder, VHS camcorder, and it was kind of my claim to fame because I've sent it to Fangoria magazine and all the different horror movie magazines like Rue Morgue, all the online magazines. And the trick was the online horror like review magazines, they were starved for content at the time. Back in 2006, like that whole era, early 2000s to the early 2000s were like a gold rush of internet content, but there weren't a lot of content producers yet. And so putting a feature film on DVD with audio commentaries, behind the scenes videos, and all that stuff, and all the crazy energy I put into it, they didn't necessarily care that it was really bad. They just liked that I was doing something and I was willing to throw it out there, and started going to horror conventions and shit. And that's where I met this Brian dude. He's actually Brian and I look a lot alike, and somehow we went from being like bald dudes with real short goatees to now we both have big fucking beards and wear hats. It's weird that we always as our styles have changed over the decades, we sort of somehow gravitate towards the same look. It's really weird. And when we see each other, we call each other fags. We both accused the other of wanting to fuck the other one. He says he's way hotter. He is. He's in way better shape than me. He's a good looking man. Truth be told. But I met him out there on the road slinging horror DVDs, and I think about that era a lot these days because it's not the same. There's so much content out there that it's, trying to do anything, being a writer, a comic book artist, a filmmaker, trying to do anything in today's market, it's so oversaturated. and it's like screaming into the void to get anyone to pay attention to anything you do. And it was just it was such a different time. When I got started, it was all MySpace and websites, and YouTube was brand new. And so I was putting trailer, I think 10 minutes was like the limit to upload videos on YouTube. So again, YouTube was starved for content, would publish anything. And so using MySpace and YouTube in its infancy, I was able to, because they didn't have all those algorithm suppression shit that goes on now, where they throttle your account on any of these platforms, throttle the shit out of you. Like it's almost impossible to get organic reach in today's world, because there's so much content out there that the content platforms now call all the shots, and they can throttle you and require you to pay for exposure and everything. And it was a completely different world back then. I remember the dead shit teaser trailer that I put out got something like 47,000 views in the first 2 weeks it was up on YouTube, and that was just through viral MySpace promotion, YouTube promotion, and then through those horror websites. I would send that stuff, all the links out to them, and boy, it was just so much easier to get exposure. This video that we're doing tonight, we'll be lucky to get 100 views total, and that includes like window shoppers that just come in for a couple of seconds and see what the hell we're in here talking about. And Ben, you and Mr. Frank, you're both working hard, hustling all the time, trying to constantly trying to put yourselves out there as novelists. And what can you guys speak to this at all? Like, how do you guys feel about the struggle of the modern sort of system of social media promotion?
Well, for me, I've never known how to properly market myself, I guess. I mean, I'll do things like, drop links. I try to think of like clever marketing stuff, and I can never come up with anything. Like, I've done giveaways, give my books to reviewers, things like that. I've done, local promotion. I go to open mics and read my stuff and promote it there. And occasionally I sell books there. So that's some help. I think the big thing that probably could have gotten me a bit more of a boost if it happened was the Des Moines Book Fair, which I did have a table at, but, Kung Flu put the kibosh on that. So, I guess I'm just going to be stuck in here writing until, I actually get until I actually figure something out.
So you're in Iowa. Have you considered doing that Chicago book fair with all those bizarro douchebags? Are you close enough to Chicago for that to be like a 1-day trip for you to go do that? I forget what that thing, Frank, you know what that thing's called, don't you?
Is it Printers Row?
Yeah.
That big, outdoor street festival. Yeah. I think it's Printers Row.
Oh, I didn't know that there were a lot of bizarro authors there, but I guess if this whole thing ends, I could probably look into that.
You said if this whole thing ends. Listen to him. Ben's in a bad headspace.
I mean, if it's considering how shit 2020 has been for everything so far, I'm trying to, I'm not exactly optimistic.
It has been a motherfucker. Mr. Frank, what do you think about all this hustling books and promotion and everything in the modern era?
It's it's an interesting thing. I don't know. I've tried a million different things at this point, and a lot of the crap you have to do feels very disingenuous. I'm not a shucker driver. I'm not a salesman. The biggest thing is, just sort of to Ben's point, is the biggest thing is just to get out there in front of people, to show up at conventions or anywhere you can to be a person in front of people. That seems to be the best method of doing things, and not being like not being a shill. Don't be a salesman. Just be a person, and just be you and have fun with people. You know, I'm not selling the book. I'm selling myself. Like that's really the sort of key. And if I have to show up at like a brewery, the brewery thing works so well for me and the people I do with. It's like show up at a brewery, put your books on a table, and start getting drunk, and then and we just start talking to people and connecting with people, and they're like, "Oh, and your books are on the table too," and then they'll buy that because they bought into me, not because I'm sitting there shilling my books out. You know, that seems the best method of anything. That and I don't know. There was a time when like tweeting the living shit out of your book, just constantly that advertising, like constantly putting in front of people's eyes helped. But right now, nothing. I don't know. I can see definitely my sales tanked, just fell off the cliff March 9th, gone, like just gone. The whole kung flu, as Ben calls it, has killed sales no matter what, because I can't get in front of people. But I can't get barely Kindle page reads or nothing. It's
we are absolutely in the middle of a like there's never been more content to put in front of people's eyeballs and more people with the time to consume it. So you have these crazy things like Full Moon. Full Moon just put out a movie called Corona Zombies that the full production time was about 3 weeks. And what they did was they took a movie, I believe it was called Hell of the Living Dead, which is an old public domain zombie movie, like an Italian zombie exploitation movie from like the 70s, and overdubbed it and then added like 10 minutes of new footage to it and then made a big, super colorful poster. And they've been shilling the living fuck out of Corona Zombies since this whole thing happened. And that's how quickly and easily it is to create and promote content now. And so it's man, is it a fucking struggle to get anybody to pay attention. And this Corona thing it's a flash in the pan. It's here and then it'll be gone and we'll be back to normal life. We might go through a really bad recession or depression, but we've been through those things before. Like, were either of you guys trying to sell books or anything in during the 2007 recession?
No,
I didn't have anything out at the time.
Yeah, it fucking sucked. It was really fucking hard. And I would go to conventions and sell movies, and we did. I mean, 2007 and 8 in particular were really dark years. Like the convention tables were getting more expensive. The people, there were the few smaller crowds because people didn't even have money to come to the conventions, and the people that did come to the conventions, they weren't buying at the same rate that they had been previously. And it took a few years. It was like 2012 before I saw convention stuff really pick back up. So from 2007, so that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It was a 5-year like slump where it was like really hard to sell anything. And we might go through that again. We might be, and in fact, it's almost a certainty that we're going to go through that again. And we're going to be sitting here twiddling our fucking thumbs for the next couple of years. And really, at the end of the day, it's going to be, the only people that are going to be left when that's over with are the true blue doing this because it's their passion and purpose in life. And they would be, drawing pictures of gigantic anthropomorphic demon dicks, whether they were getting paid to do so or not. And people, the Johnny come lately grifters that just want to be part of a scene or whatever, they won't last long in a depression or a recession. There's not a lot of payoff for it. It's a grind, and I'm afraid that we're all going to be going through that grind again for quite a while in the next few years.
Yeah, you need disposable income is what pays the bills for creative people, and there's no disposable income right now at all. So the first people to suffer are the creatives, and it's going to take, everybody getting back to work, getting the economy rolling again. Like you said, it's going to take a while for that money to build back up, become disposable, and be able to get spent on things like movies and books.
With
Yeah,
all with all that
if
graphic shit. Sorry, Ben. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, if you get like writing to make money, especially if you're doing something like Bizarro or horror or something like that, it's just like you are barking up the wrong fucking tree. If you really want to make money, like write romances or erotica or something.
There's I always tell people there.
Like, or just get a job. Yeah, there isn't. I don't feel like there's a. I love doing this, but making a living and love doing something are way different. You know.
I always tell people that there's always a way. Like there are grifters that are going to come in and just the only they're not creative. And what I mean by creative isn't necessarily like creating fiction. What I mean is like there's a creative way to market and make money. There's a creative ways to think outside the box and become a sort of becoming a niche completely on your own. Like you are the niche. There's a way for anybody to do that to sell anything. Like there's no. If you guys have seen the what is that fucking Leonardo DiCaprio movie, Wolf of Wall Street, where the end of the movie is like, sell me this pen. If your goal is to make money, you can make money selling ice to Eskimos if you do it right. Mm-hmm. So the opinion that it's almost impossible to make money as a fiction writer, especially in a niche market like Bizarro or horror, my advice is become the market. Don't identify and label your fiction as something that's as a vein in the marketplace that's already there. You are the market. You are the brand. And it doesn't matter what kind of fiction that you write, because what you're selling is what Mr. Frank just said. What you're selling is you. You're selling yourself and you're selling your experience. And if Tiger King has taught us anything, Tiger King has taught us that all it takes is something special. Being able to cuddle with a baby tiger creates an impulse in people that will make them follow the owner of those tigers. Like if I just want to keep playing with tigers because this is something unlike I've ever experienced in my life. And so a guy like Joe Exotic can be a complete psycho, can be abusive, can be a liar, his morals and his actions can be completely disconnected from each other. And it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it's not about Joe, it's about the tigers. And so my advice to people is always like, if at the end of the day you want to be a famous novelist, be a Philip K. Dick. Did he write science fiction? Sure. But you know what, like Dickian fiction is a genre in and of itself. I've written Philip K. Dick stories before because he has a particular, there's paranoia, there's am I human, am I not? There's all these different, there's a lot of his writing has to do with psychedelic drugs. There are themes and tropes that go into what a Philip K. Dick piece of fiction is, and other people can tap into that and do pastiche of that. Or H.P. Lovecraft, like it is Lovecraft horror. Well, they kind of created a whole new genre around him, didn't they? They called it cosmic horror, which is a whole, wouldn't exist without him. So there's no reason, even though we live in a world, we live in a culture and in a society where people's eyeballs are just being shellacked with content, and it's this super stream of endless entertainment, and it seems futile. Like it seems like there's no way to even catch on to that wave and surf it. But I think the mistake that people make, the biggest mistake people make as creative people, is they try to get, and I made this mistake getting involved with Bizarro. I shouldn't have gotten involved with Bizarro. I didn't have the confidence to go from the filmmaker, because when I made movies, hack movies was its own genre. Hack movies was its own fucking thing. I went out and I sold myself to people at those conventions, and I sold the idea of hack movies to people of Strangeville. Strangeville was a concept, and when people would ask me what kind of movies do you make, I told them I make hack movies, and it was its own thing. When I switched to fiction, I didn't have that confidence in myself as a fiction writer. And instead of saying, "Oh, I write strange fiction," which I've since done, I've since corrected my mistakes, and now I just call myself a strange fiction writer, and that's that. And I sell my books the way I sold my movies. But that's the advice I give to any writers too. Like, you gotta sell yourself. You be the brand. Figure out your baby tiger. Like, something about you, something about your writing, something about your personality is a baby tiger to somebody, and you can be that. There's no reason you can't be that. If fucking Joe Exotic could smoke crack and play with baby tigers, you can do that.
Can I just stick a pin in that balloon you just blew up? Because and not to be, because like I agree with you on a lot of principles on that, but just like the execution of it all, like I 100% agree. Be your own person, do your own thing, sell your own, become your own brand, become the thing that everybody else wants to emulate. That's great. That's that's all any of us really want to do, right? I hate those people that I write, I'm a mashup, I'm Philip K. Dick and Stephen King, or they just put words and tag authors and things people are familiar with onto like what they do. I'm a cross between this and this.
Yep.
I hate that. I hate that. And as to your point, like, I don't want to be that. I write Frank Edler stuff, and like, you can tell me I'm a cross between this and that. That's not for me to say, and I'm not consciously trying to do that. I may be inspired by all those labels that people might put on me, but it's not anything I'm consciously doing. I'm just writing because it's fun for me to do, and it's a creative outlet that I need to get out of myself, like all of us here do. But if it was so easy to just say, it'll just be your own thing and be the thing that everybody emulates, well, then everybody would do it. Like, it's quite not quite that simple in the realism of executing, but
the concept is simple. The execution is almost impossible,
or at least having success with
the easier thing to do as a creative, like, to your point, to make money doing this. The simple thing to do is to be like a Tony Robbins type of shill and a rah, and here we go. And you have to be the jerk off that goes, this is how you write a book, and this is how you sell books, and I'm going to do this, and you can write in your underwear, and I'm going to teach you how to write in your underwear, and all you got to do is buy this one book then I'm going to teach you how to write in your underwear, and then you got to sell that person that book to write in your underwear, and that leads into them buying into a fucking whole entire program that costs them not the 99 cents it costs to buy into the book, but like another $50, $100 to buy into your program. And that's how, like, these clowns.
That's one way to do it. And you've seen me.
You have to buy Tony Robbins underwear. If you don't have his underwear, you won't have the
right. But that's how like legit. You have to be a jerk off to.
You've seen me experiment with that too, Mr. Frank.
You
saw me go down that path, and it was very short lived.
I did
not like it.
You know what your problem was is because you weren't an asshole. You weren't a shit. You were legitimately trying to teach people stuff. You can't legitimately try and teach people stuff. You have to sell them snake oil. People love to buy snake oil. That's what I've found.
They do.
But you have to be my opinion is you have to be a jerk off to sell snake oil to people and make money off of that. But you do make money off of selling snake oil to people, no matter what type of snake oil it is you're selling.
Yeah, that is definitely one way to do it, is to brand yourself as a coach. And life coaches are what's really big right now. Like, fuck fiction coaches, like being like you said, Tony Robbins. Like, there's relationship coaches and life coaches and financial coaches are really big on YouTube right now. YouTuber channels that teach you how to have success with women, or have success financially, or just have or just life success in general. Really big, because we're all here. We're all Gen X, and Ben might be a little younger, but the rest of it,
I'm 30. I'm 31, so I guess I'm a millennial.
Yeah, you're a little. Well, but we're all we all come from a culture where most of our fathers left and weren't involved in our lives at all, and that's just culturally. Culturally, from Gen X on, families are mostly shattered. Most kids are raised by single mothers, and there's this huge market has grown, sort of you can call it like the Jordan Peterson market, where we just kind of want a father figure to tell us how to do this shit. Life is fucking hard, and a lot of us don't have fathers that either they're not there at all or they're not worth a shit to sort of guide us through and teach us the secrets of how to fucking be successful in our lives, or even just kind of be adequate, just kind of get through it. I need to read Brian's comments here real quick. He said he's a personal trainer and it sucks for this coronavirus shit sucks for him. But he's into my shit. It's always made him laugh, and I appreciate that, Brian. And he says he spent his money on my shit, bought my books, and he did it because of my personality, because of how I sold myself at the shows, as a human being, as a person at the shows. And that's really where that's where my, the secret of my whatever this is, infamy, is getting out and talking to human beings and selling myself. And I happen to have movies to do it and have novels to do it. But I would, no matter what I was doing, if I was selling refrigerators, I'd be this weirdo. I was just talking to Brad before we got on, or maybe just when we first got on. I'm the My Pillow dude. Just did a long form interview with Dave Rubin, and I had no idea he used to be a crack addict. He was straight up a crack smoker and somehow turned it into My Pillow. And it's just, it's clear to me that he was able to. It's not about a pillow. It's about him being a fucking psychopath. People are drawn to his crazy personality.
He went from My Rock to My Pillow. Is what you're saying?
He went from My Crack Rock to My Pillow. But to me, there's no mystery there. It's his personality. He's got one of those crazy, infectious personalities that people want to be around. They want to emulate it.
One day he was just deciding to suffocate someone for crack money, and halfway through he stopped it and he was just like, I got it.
He's like, I'm trying to this pillow's never going to suffocate anybody. I need to sit down and come up with a pillow that can just take somebody out in seconds. This is inconvenient.
He's convincing people to buy the pen, that Wolf of Wall Street.
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
Just a pen.
Anyway, we could go on.
I never even heard of My Pillow until the whole thing with him converting his factory for face masks.
You had okay. Well, he was kind of infamous before because he would. Do you remember the whole when liberals went after was it Tucker Carlson? They went after his advertisers and they did this boycott of all the products that advertised on Tucker Carlson's show on Fox News. Do you remember that?
I wasn't aware of that. I mean, I'm sure that happened, but I don't recall hearing about it.
So that happened within the last 18 months or 2 years. And in retaliation, My Pillow bought all the ads. All the ad space was purchased by My Pillow, and My Pillow ended up. And people hate the My Pillow guy because he wears a cross and he talks about God in his commercials and everything. And they hate that fucking dude. The whole boycott thing started to backfire, and that's sort of where he really started to grow in infamy. Is he would buy he was basically the anti-boycott. Any advertisers that pulled out would be replaced with Christian My Pillow ads, which would drive the boycotters even more crazy than they were. They were trying to get rid of Tucker Carlson and ended up with a fucking mouthful of My Pillow, and that was where he really started to grow his infamy, and that's how he got the attention of Donald Trump, and that's why he was invited to the coronavirus press briefing. And now everybody. So if you didn't know who he was before, now you sure as fuck know who he is.
I have. I sleep on a My Pillow every night, and I can vouch that it is a very good quality pillow.
Well, after watching his interview tonight and finding out that he used to smoke crack, I am 100% going to buy a My Pillow. 100%. He was talking in the interview, like the first time he was invited to Trump Tower before Trump became president, and like all the handlers and everything were telling him, whatever you do, don't tell him you used to smoke crack. And he said that's the very first thing he did. He walked to the door and he goes, I used to smoke crack, and now I'm talking to the next president of the United States. Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my cum encrusted anime body pillow still has some mileage on it.
Man. Man. Well, listen, guys, we the whole point of this wasn't to do an interview show. The whole point of this was to let you guys read some fiction. Do you guys have something short? Both of you guys have something cooked up, ready to read?
Yeah, I've got something here.
Brian says, Dream Reaper 2. I will finance it. Hit me up. All right, brother. I've got an idea. Willie Nutsack comes back from hell and challenges the Dream Reaper to a fucking like a rock off, and they have dueling concerts because Dream Reaper's trying to prove he's not gay. At the end of Dream Reaper 1, he confesses his love to Willie Nutsack, and when he goes back, and then in Dream Reaper 2, when he goes back to the Neither Void, all the other gods and goddesses of the Neither realm make fun of him for being gay. So he decides he's got to go back to Earth and prove that he likes chicks. And that's when Willie Nutsack comes back from hell and they have a rock off together. I've already got the whole thing written in my head, bro. We can do this, Brian. We're going to do it's going to be the first Hack Movies musical.
Oh, shit.
Ben, did you say you got something cooked up?
Yeah. This is the title story from my collection of short stories from Nihilism Revised, The Complete Idiot's Guide to Saying Goodbye.
But about how long do you think it is?
It's pretty short. It's only like a page and a half, so
okay, cool.
It's more flash fiction than a short story, but it's one of my favorite things that I've written.
Fire it off. How do you pronounce your last name again?
Arzate.
This is well, just read. This is Ben Arzate.
Yeah.
And he's reading. What is the title of it?
The Complete Idiot's Guide to Saying Goodbye.
All right, let her rip.
The news hit us pretty hard. We knew what it probably was, but we hoped we were wrong. We knew for certain now. Our house had cancer. It started when my son fell down the stairs. Thankfully, he was fine besides a few bruises. He said he tripped over a lump in the carpet. I went up the stairs and saw the lump. There were several more on the railing. I told my wife that this could be serious, and we called an inspector. The inspector came over while my wife and I were at work and our son at school. When we all got back, the inspector was waiting for us out front. He gave us the bad news. He said it looked like the tumors had probably started up in the attic. Had we found it then, it might have been treatable, but it had spread too much at that point. I still can't help but blame myself. A house that old was very prone to disease. I should have had him checked on a regular basis. The only thing we could do now was have him put down. We found a 2-bedroom apartment near downtown. It was much smaller, but it would fit our needs. We moved as fast as we could. We didn't want our old house to suffer too long. I scheduled the demolition. It would be a quick and painless implosion. On the day the crew came to do it, we went over to say goodbye. Our son was probably hit the hardest. After all, he lived there since he was born. We sat in the empty living room. My wife and I reminisced on when we first moved in after we got married. The crew told us that everything was rigged and it was time to leave. We got in the car. My son was bawling. My wife had tears in her eyes. I kept having to wipe my eyes as I started the car. As we drove off, we heard the loud rumbling, then the sound of debris falling, then nothing.
That's it?
Yep, that's The Complete Idiot's Guide to Saying Goodbye from my book of the same title.
It's good stuff, man. I like that. That's
Thanks.
Good satire. Mr. Frank, you got something cooked up? Mr. Frank?
Yes, sir. I was just taking a leak. Like I just got back to the mic. I missed everything.
All right. You got something cooked up?
I do have something cooked up. Let me pull it up here real quick. Man, I can't believe I was hoping to catch some of Ben's story, but I do have a little something quick and concise, just like Ben's. This was something I wrote just for the hell of writing something. I'm always trying to write, for, I don't know, better or worse. I'm trying to write weird fiction to spite myself, and I can only do it in small bursts, it seems like. So this is something I wrote just to try and write weird things. If you're familiar with Douglas Hackle, this was
one of the best satirists in the game. Horrible promoter. Horrible promoter.
Yeah,
nobody knows who the hell he is, but
he's trying more. He's trying more nowadays. But yeah, this is my attempt at writing like Douglas Hackle, which when we did the Project Entertainment Network as a Patreon thing, this was distributed to those who contributed. So here's a short story called "You Can Catch More Flies with Honey."
All right.
You can catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. Also, you can catch more flies with honey than with rabid saber-toothed squirrels. The fact of the matter is, there simply isn't a large enough population of rabid saber-toothed squirrels to compete with honey in this category. Studies have demonstrated that you could catch more flies with sarsaparilla than with honey. Unfortunately, sarsaparilla production has become almost nil in the United States since the mid to late 1960s. Therefore, although you could catch more flies with sarsaparilla than with honey, you should continue to use honey as a far more cost-effective means of catching flies. You could also catch more flies with honey than with sharks. I would imagine a shark could theoretically catch more flies if they were land-based, but they aren't, so you can't. And what's more, even if you could catch more flies with sharks than with honey, they'd drown in the ocean before the sharks could get to them. That being the case, you can catch more flies with the ocean than you can with sharks. But honey will still catch more than both of those combined, because why would a fly into the ocean? That's just dumb. You could catch more flies with a forest of Venus flytraps than with honey, but the thought of a forest of Venus flytraps freaks me the fuck out. Why do you want to catch flies at all? What are you doing with them? Maybe you could try catching something different, like bonobos. Not many people catch bonobos, so there's an opportunity to stand out with your collection of caught bonobos in a sea of fly collectors. I'm sure you could still use honey to catch bonobos, so it's not like all the honey is going to go to waste. I think the statement will hold true if you replace flies with bonobos. You can catch more bonobos with honey than with vinegar. Yeah, that sounds about right. I doubt bonobos enjoy vinegar. Unless they are hipster bonobos. I could see an uptick in catching hipster bonobos if you used honey instead of vinegar. So Dopey Holistic Bonobo published a report wherein she claims that a steady diet of vinegar as a method of detoxification increases bonobo life expectancy by 36%. In truth, that sounds like a pretty impressive extension of life expectancy when you do the math on the claim. It only works out to an extra 17 days at best. Now, I'm human, so my perspective is slightly askew of bonobos, but I'd gladly take 17 less days of my life for a lifetime of honey consumption, or at the very least, not imbibing vinegar all the time. I don't know about flies or bonobos, but I do know this. You'll catch more Mr. Franks with honey than with vinegar. The end.
Good stuff, brother. That's funny as fuck.
Yeah, that's a pretty fun.
I tried. I had to fit that. I had to write that so it would fit on one page that we could mail out to the contributors of the Project Entertainment Network for their $1 a month, you know?
You actually mailed it as a...
Well, I wrote that, and then Armand Rosamilia and his wife, who still run the network, but in that form, they printed it out and did it up, and they mailed it out to those who contributed.
That's awesome. That's good stuff. Ben, you got something else?
Yeah, I can read one of my poems from my chapbook. The sky is black and blue like a battered child. Let's see.
Hang on, before you get into it, Brad, tell us what's going on with you up there. You've been quiet.
I'm drawing this weird page of like mutant looking punk rock skateboarders that are busting the window out of this building, and there's like an alien up here with like a ray coming out of it and a weird cityscape behind it, pretty much. Weirdness.
Is this for the comic, or is this just random?
This isn't for my comic book Life with Riggs, but I've been messing around with a different idea, and this would be kind of, I guess, considered concept art for a different idea that I've been kind of working on in my head for a while. So.
All right, Ben, you're up.
This is for my poetry chapbook again, called "The Sky is Black and Blue Like a Battered Child." This poem is called "The Milk Has Gone Sour, the Bread Has Gone Stale, and my chance to apologize has passed." I want to bang my head against the wall until it cracks. Then I will listen to my thoughts leak out of the crack like music and static from a broken radio. I want to live in a secluded cabin in the woods with a laptop with a satellite internet connection and start a Twitter where I do nothing but complain about how lonely I am. I will take a stringless guitar to an open mic and I will stand on the stage with it. I will breathe heavily into the microphone and glare at the audience until someone asks me to leave. I will download a porn video off the internet and I will print off every frame and make a flip book. I will make several and sell them to elementary school boys. Last Saturday, I bought an expensive suit, wore it out of the store, then I spent all day riding the bus. On the last bus of the day, I got off at the house of someone I never met. I slipped a note under the door that said, "Hey, that thing last night, sorry about that." Then I walked home. And that's "The Milk Has Gone Sour, the Bread Has Gone Stale, and my chance to apologize has passed" from my poetry chapbook, "The Sky is Black and Blue Like a Battered Child."
Right. Is any of that true?
No.
Or what is the inspiration for that?
I thought of the title first, and then the rest of it just kind of flowed from there.
It's pretty cool. Pretty cool, Mr. Frank. You got another one?
Yeah, you know what? I was just poking around. I'm just poking on, my Google Drive here, and I just pulled this up. This is the what wound up being the I guess epilogue of my book Brats in Hell. And the reason I pulled it up and thinking about reading it here is because I wrote Brats in Hell with the full intention of submitting it to you for Strange House.
Right.
And by the time I was done writing this, you no longer own Strange House books. I tried, getting the pitch into Erica and Seamus, and I don't know what was going on after it changed hands out of away from you, but it never took off there. I submitted it to Eraserhead. I never figured they would ever take what it was. I just flung it out there, and obviously they didn't. So ultimately, I published this myself, but I definitely wrote this book with the full intention of submitting it to Kevin Strange's version of Strange House book.
Dang.
So I figured I would go ahead and read the opening, the epilogue of Brats in Hell for you.
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. From News Action 17 in Milwaukee, Saturday, August 19th. Tragedies today at the Wisconsin Fairgrounds, the site of this year's 103rd annual State Bratwurst Festival. 44-year-old Otto Vandernoodle brutally murdered by an infamous television personality as he was coronated the Bratwurst King of Wisconsin. That personality also dead, gunned down by police at the scene. Miles Wagner reported from the news anchor desk. Miles did not seem the least bit upset reporting the passing of Wisconsin's latest king of the brats. His hair coiffed like it was cast in bronze. His makeup accentuated his chiseled features, a square-jawed smile that made the corn-fed mamas of the Midwest swoon every night at 6. The debonair, well-rehearsed newsman delivered the night's lead stories as if it were a slow news day, and this was the top fluff piece that they could showcase. We go now to Tracy Sullivan on the scene at the Wisconsin State Fair, where the senseless murder took place. Tracy, he said, as they looked deep into the camera with bedroom eyes before it cut away to the live shot. This ensured the Hausfraus would sit through the report even if they didn't care. They just needed Miles to gaze into their eyes once more. Thanks, Miles, Tracy said, standing in front of the stage of the Brat Festival in the live shot. She stood as statuesque as a runway model, holding her microphone adorned with the News Action 17 logo cube. Over her shoulder, police tape crisscrossed around a vacant gold-painted throne. Several police officers stood around chatting about something that could not have been important. Jubilation turned to horror late this afternoon at the Wisconsin State Bratwurst Festival. Otter Vandernoodle, the reigning Bratwurst king here in Milwaukee, was about to be crowned the state's king of the brats when he was struck down as the jeweled crown of the Wisconsin Bratwurst Festival was about to be placed on his head by last year's Bratwurst king, Adolf Buchholz. The live shot cuts away to some footage of the day's events at the Bratwurst Festival. One would assume that this was video the news took before the murder, as they were likely covering the event for a feel-good finish story at the end of the broadcast. There was a quick shot of the long lines at the brick entry gates into the fairgrounds. Another few seconds of rapid cuts of children riding the Ferris wheel, carousel, and wild mouse roller coaster. The day started as a picture-perfect summer afternoon at the Wisconsin Bratwurst Festival, the biggest Bratwurst festival in the county. Always draws fairgoers from all over the state and all over the country. Vandernoodle's Bratwurst, whose sausage already held awards at the local level, was named the Bratwurst King of Wisconsin out of a field of more than 60 contestants. Among his competitors, the bad boy of the Food Cooking Network's food truck racing circuit, Billy Buns of Virginia. The title of Bratwurst King is generally recognized as the best nationally, Wisconsin being the capital of the brat, and competitors come from all over the country to have their sausage judged. The voiceover continued as clips of Otto Vandernoodle dressed in his signature Bavarian-style lederhosen, complete with green fedora adorned with a pheasant feather, cooked away at his grilling station. Several quick shots of a few more contestants serving out of their brats to the fairgoers as well. Then a lingering view of Billy Buns entertaining the crowd from his famous brat truck. Billy Buns was the villain everyone loved to hate on the Food Cooking Channel. He gained national attention with his underhanded victory in the network's food truck race series. Food Cooking Network star Billy Buns was named runner-up to Vandernoodle, and that's when authorities say he snapped. The scene switched to a recorded interview. According to the graphic on the screen, Tracy was interviewing a teenager named Morris Winkle. He was described only as a witness. And what did you see, Tracy asked the teen. Well, like, the one dude was putting a crown on that funny looking guy's head, right? Then there was this woof sound, like woof, woof, woof. 3 woofs, Tracy interrupted, leaning the microphone back to her mouth, then back to the kid. Yeah. Then I seen like these things hit his head, and the dude like went down like a sack of potatoes. Were you able to tell at all what hit him? They looked like dicks or some shit. The broadcast cut back to a live shot of Tracy after the bad edit in his pre-recorded report. If she heard the slip, she did not look fazed by it. At around 4 o'clock this late afternoon, as Buchholz was placing the ceremonial crown on Vandernoodle's head, 3 shots rang out, and the 44-year-old Bratwurst champion fell to the stage. Police investigating the scene say Vandernoodle was shot and killed by a frozen sausage, shot out of a high-pressure gun specially modified to discharge frozen bratwurst. An ironic end to an iconic man. Police acting as security during the festival witnessed Food Cooking Network star Billy Buns standing on top of his famous food truck racer, the Bratmobile, holding what appeared to be some type of mortar or grenade launcher. The officers drew their weapons and fired at Buns before he could shoot any more frozen bratwurst into the crowd. He was killed instantly. As Tracy reported the last bit of information, video of Otto Vandernoodle about to be crowned king of the bratwurst. It stopped just shy of the point where Vandernoodle was shot to death with the frozen brats. Onlookers who witnessed the assassination were shocked, Tracy continued. Another interview shot appeared on the screen. This time, the interviewee was identified as Ida Goldfine. She was qualified as someone who, quote unquote, witnessed the assassination of the Brat King in her on-screen graphic. The poor man, he just wanted to make good bratwurst for everyone, and that bastard from the television program just shot him in cold blood, Ida sobbed. With frozen bratwurst, Tracy clarified. Yes, with frozen bratwurst. There was so much blood. That wasn't right, Ida said, stating the obvious like witnesses always do on TV. One more interview capped the riveting reporting. I was shocked, said Irving Decker, identified in his graphic as quote unquote shocked. The camera was back on the live shot as Tracy Sullivan behind her. The camera was back on the live shot of Tracy Sullivan. Behind her, the officers continued their chit chat through one was now sitting on the throne eating a bratwurst. Mustard dripped on his uniform. The authorities have told me both bodies have been brought to the county morgue where an autopsy will be performed by a medical examiner. A spokesperson for the Wisconsin Bratwurst Festival issued the following statement. We are shocked and saddened by today's events. Our thoughts and prayers go out to all the families suffering from this needless tragedy. The Wisconsin Bratwurst Festival has dedicated to foregoing the crown of the Bratwurst King this year, has decided to forego the crowning of the Bratwurst King this year. Instead of celebrating the great American sausage, we must now mourn the passing of our king. Tracy looked up from the prepared statement she just read off. She tried her damnedest to look serious and stoic. The crowd here today was curious to find out what Otto Vandernoodle's secret ingredient was that made the bratwurst stand out above the rest. Sadly, Otto Vandernoodle will be taking that secret to his grave. Reporting live from the Wisconsin Bratwurst Festival, I'm Tracy Sullivan. Back to you, Miles. Chisel-faced Wagner appeared smiling slightly, one eyebrow raised. Every woman poised on the edge of menopause drew their attention back to the screen. Thanks, Tracy. And in other news, Betsy Porter of Wauwatosa crocheted the world's largest tea cozy today. ... And therein ends that section.
That's good shit, dude. Where did you come up with the idea to do Brats from Hell?
Brats in Hell? Like, that was one of those things where just, I don't know where, but the title occurred to me before anything else. And I know, like, not only the title occurred to me, but the sort of double entendre of it all. Like, Brats in Hell, Brats in Hell. And I started like, what if I do like, I don't know, what the fuck is bratwurst? I was trying to find weird things to write, for strange fucking house, like I said. And I just dedicated myself. I'm gonna write this thing where it's Brats in Hell, and this guy gets sent to hell mistakenly. Otto Vandernoodle ultimately winds up at in hell when he should have wound up in heaven. The next chapter is where basically Billy Buns and him are on the line at the pearly gates, and since Billy Buns is like a shithead and he's impatient, he's like, let me just get up there. He like shoves Otto out of the way, and he like shoves Otto through the gates into hell, and then bum rushes his way in through the gates of heaven. So they both wind up in the wrong places, and then comedy ensues for the rest of the book.
It's pretty cool.
the title was it just like what is the opposite of cheeseburger in paradise?
I wish I could claim that that was the inspiration, but I have no idea where the just brats in hell thing came from. Like that popped in my head at some point, brats in hell, and then the sort of I just played off the double entendre of like brats, brats, and took it from there. But I can't say like Jimmy Buffett played any role in the formation of the story.
Pretty cool. I am sorry that I.
Yeah, you
Ejected
pulled that shit off, and you left a young aspiring writer with his hopes and dreams, with a story in his hands that nobody would take, and left all to my own devices. Broken dreams.
We were talking on the Quiet Place couple shows ago. I think that when I was on there, somebody asked me like what they published as Strange House, what Seamus and Erica actually published as Strange House, and I think the only thing that they put out was that Andre Duza King Dollar book that we had already edited and had a cover for. We basically just handed it off to them.
I don't recall, but like it definitely did ramp down after you passed it off there. Like when I wrote this, like I was very fledgling at writing and stuff, and
yeah,
this was like the second thing. Excuse me. It was I think it was the second thing, like full length, that I wrote, and I always looked at Strange House under your tutelage. That's like I was looked at as like the minor leagues to get up to Eraserhead. It was that point. There was Rooster Republic, there was Strange House, maybe Bizarro Pulp Press, and then you worked your way through the minors, and then maybe one day you got up to the bigs and you hit Eraserhead or one of its imprints, and like that's how I saw the trajectory. Write something for Strange House, and then maybe one day you'll make it up to the big leagues.
I actually had a verbal agreement with Rose that I would not publish any author that she had published under Eraserhead while they were actively on Eraserhead. If they submitted fiction to me, I would bounce it back to her and give her for at least first dibs on it. If someone that she had already published submitted a manuscript to me, I would always give her the option to publish it first. And if she passed on it, then we would consider it.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody that courteous or considerate these days, and maybe nobody ever was, but me to begin with.
I don't know how long it had been since I first. I always tell the story of the first bizarre thing I read was Robert Devereaux's baby's first book of seriously fucked up shit, which was like an out of left field smack in the face. I didn't expect that to be bizarre. I thought I was just buying a horror book, from Deadeye Press, and reading it, you're like that wasn't really your average run of the mill horror. And what the fuck did I just read? And Googling Deadeye lay down to Eraserhead, and I was like, oh, I discovered this new thing bizarre, and I want to explore it more. And it wasn't too long after that, maybe a year, where I wanted to set up a podcast, and I'm sure you remember it was the Books, Beer, and Bullshit podcast I did with a buddy of mine, and you and Don Noble came on. Like, you were the fledgling Strange House book. You had Beer Run of the Dead, you had Rabam Apocalypse. I think you had Baby Armor or some shit, or Strange Sex. Yeah, there was just maybe at best a handful of things, and when we had you on the podcast, I'm like, this guy is fucking, first of all, phenomenal. He's easy to interview because he just doesn't shut up. Ask him a quick sentence, he'll talk for an hour. It's great and everything, but I read the books and everything that came out of Strange House was awesome. I fucking loved it. It was so not the normal shit I've been reading. So I love Strange House out of the gate, and when I decided I wanted to seriously attempt.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear us? Ben? Can you hear us?
I don't think he can.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. I'll throw Do we have that private chat thing we can talk to him in? Yeah, here it is. Oh, he kicked himself.
He's coming back in.
All right. What were we talking about?
Just finish it. Like when I decided to like start like taking writing seriously, try to get published. One of my first goals was to try to write something that would appeal to getting published with Strange House.
Can you hear us now, Ben?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I saw my thing going that it was saying I was talking, but I couldn't hear anyone.
That's weird.
Yeah, we heard you. You didn't hear us.
I think that we inspired a lot of people at that point in time. That was around 2011, 2012, right, Mr. Frank?
By the dates on my files here, it's like 2014 when I wrote this. So like, yeah, when
I guess I'm talking like when we were on your Book, Spear, and Bullshit podcast.
Yeah, that was probably 2012. Yeah.
Yeah, we it was hard to gauge at the time what kind of effect we were having on the culture of Bizarro, mostly because a lot of those guys like Garrett and Jeff Burke and that sort of part, that what I call like the inner circle, but they had influence, like they had Rose and Carlton's ear, but they weren't at the same level as those two. So you had like what was that other dingbat's name that he used to do the Bizarro new Bizarro author series?
It was God.
I can't think
Bradley
of that.
Sands.
Yeah, Bradley Sands.
Sands, yeah.
That group of guys is like they're super pretentious. They all consider themselves gatekeepers. They're all like real suspicious of anybody new that comes onto the scene. And so I always got like a real cold fucking shoulder from those guys. I never felt like I could just like talk to anybody. I never felt like Bizarro was open to me, even as a publisher, to really have like open and like relaxed and honest conversations about what we were doing. It was almost like it was really stressful and weird until I finally got like Carlton's ear and eventually Rose's ear, and then things started to loosen up. But even guys like I'm trying to remember all these people because I don't have any communication with any of them anymore. So I'm trying to remember things that happened like 5 years ago. But Shane McKenzie, Wrath James White, what was that one indie like extreme horror publisher? Sinister Grin. Do you guys remember who ran that?
I know Sinister Grin, but I don't know who runs it.
I know Gabino had something to do with it. Shane McKenzie has a lot of books put out through there, but I couldn't just talk to those guys. Like, you don't understand how many times I would contact people through like Facebook Messenger and stuff and be like, hey, what are you guys, like, what's your cut to authors? Like, I want to make sure that I'm not gouging authors, but I want to make sure I'm not giving away the farm either, because this shit's expensive. Like, I was talking on The Quiet Place a few appearances ago when I was on there that the first two books out of the gate at Strange House, I paid $600 and $650 for the cover. So $1,250 for the first two covers of Strange House books. I was spending motherfucking money on those books. And so I was trying to make sure that I was recouping the cost and making the company profitable. Like, I wasn't doing it for my fucking health. I wasn't going to drop thousands of dollars to make cool looking book covers and then give away the farm on the other end of it. But I couldn't get any of those people to communicate with me and talk to me honestly about what they were like, what the cut that they would give their authors or anything of the sort, who they went through for their publishing and printing and all that stuff. It was such cloak and dagger mystery, cold shoulder shit for so fucking long dealing with Bizarro fiction. It was so difficult to see what like effect I was having on the culture, but it turns out I was having quite an effect. I was inspiring young authors to get into it and to submit work to us, and I was pissing off all the right gatekeepers that needed to be fucking pissed off. And it was just at the time, I guess the only point I'm trying to make is like it wasn't so cut and dry as to like I got involved with Bizarro and knew that we were making a difference. Knew that we were, as Mr. Frank calls us, the minor leagues. I had no idea where we were just there. I was just doing my work. I was just hustling. I was printing off books, doing promotion, going to shows, selling the books to people, putting them in people's hands, and trying to sign the best books I could. It's just it wasn't as easy as like getting involved in Bizarro and then kind of knowing where I stood. It took a long time. It took years. It was like 2015 before like me and Rose were communicating openly about the business. It took a lot. It was like they kept me gate kept for a long time. And I guess they would probably, guys like Bradley Sands and Gabino would tell you today that it's a good thing they gate kept me because I'm an asshole. But I only became an asshole.
But like when you first went to Bizarre, that was also like the first time Rooster Republic showed up and everything, correct?
Yep. And I used to have conversations with Seamus about that too. Like he was like, dude, nobody talks to us. Like we have no idea what's even going on because everybody's like plays this genre like so close to the chest. He thought it was weird too. He just wanted to put cool fucking books out. He didn't understand why we all couldn't communicate with each other and get along.
I didn't get that sense immediately from the whole thing, but I was very new to the whole, genre and everything at that point. So I was looking at everything with like a fresh eye because I had no idea what the legacy of what Eraserhead is. And I'm sure if you were on board from the jump, you would be maybe a little more guarded or have that perception, right? So I didn't have
a lot of people come and go and get jealous and don't feel like they're where they deserve to be, because every writer I've ever met has a monstrous ego, and they want the world handed to them, and then they want the world to thank them for their service.
Well, it was funny because like at the time, at some point I discovered there was this new Bizarro author series thing that went on, and my perception at the time was like it was almost like Strange House and Rooster were circumnavigating that, right? That was like the official, new Bizarro author series, like the official way in. But you guys were like, you were like the minors. You were not the official way in. You were the, I don't know if you want to equate it to wrestling. You were like, the Southern League and all these unsanctioned leagues, but you had everyone's attention, even if they didn't want to acknowledge it. Both you and Rooster, because I saw you both really, like you both showed up at the same time. You both sort of had the same level of clout at the same exact time, bringing up guys like Hackle and Danger. And like I saw Rooster Republic as like the direct link into the minors to Eraserhead, and I saw Strangehead as the minors into Deadite. That was sort of what my perception was. But yeah, like I wonder how it all would have played out, because when you guys showed up at the BizarroCon, like you couldn't be ignored by that point, either of you, right? So did it feel like they were forced to acknowledge you because you showed up there? Like what was the
at that point? Carlton and I were pretty good friends, and Rose and I had been in pretty good communication, and because again, I went to her, they weren't talking to me. They weren't fucking talking to me at all, and I started getting a ton of submissions from their writers. Yeah. And I looked at the whole fiction game like a band, like record labels. Like you sign a band, then you've got that band, and you put out that band's work. And so I looked at Eraserhead like if they had an author signed, they had the right to produce that author's work. And if they rejected one of that author's manuscripts and he just came to me and was like, will you put this out? Eraserhead wouldn't do it. My answer to that is always, if he came at if an author would come to me like that and say this was rejected by Eraserhead, I'd say we'd take a look at it. If an author signed to Eraserhead came to me and said, "Do you want this manuscript?" My first question was, "Has Rose looked at it?" She gets first dibs, and for a long time that was just unspoken. And then eventually I just emailed her and was like, "Listen, I don't know what your policy is. You guys are not very open about how you do business, but I just want you to know your authors come to me quite often and try to get these books published, and I feel terrible looking at these manuscripts before you. These are your people. I look at this. There's guys like Jesse Wheeler that I signed that I wouldn't have wanted to go to another publisher first with a manuscript, because I put a lot of work into Jesse Wheeler. I put a lot of work and a lot of money into that kid, promoting him and making his name. And Eraserhead did that for a lot of their writers. They put a lot of effort into the promotion and building the name recognition of their authors, and I felt like that gave them the right for first dibs on the books. And Rose's response was pretty much just like, "Wow, like, okay, that's cool." And it was clear to me that no one had ever, because there's been a lot of, there was like afterbirth books and there was a whole slew of failed Bizarro small presses before Strange House came along. And we were just, just another in a long line of wannabe Eraserhead presses. So I don't think that was ever expected. But once I told her that, she said, "Well, we'll do the same thing with you guys." And we ended up having an actual verbal agreement that we were going to not poach each other's writers. And I think at the time, what was that Jordan Crawl dude? He was trying to poach their writers for his Dynatox Ministries. He was trying to publish Eraserhead authors just to spite them. He was trying to grab their newer books just to spite them, just to keep Eraserhead from being able to publish new material from the authors that they had sort of put time and money into promoting. And so I wanted Rose to know that I wasn't the next Jordan Crawl, and I wasn't out to do that. I think, I had a lot of respect for what she did and how she did her work. And so by the time I went to BizarroCon, that stuff was all well established, and Carlton and I were talking regularly, if not every day, at least every week, just talk. Carlton and I have a lot in common as far as our love for cheesy underground movies and stuff, and just weird shit. And we also, he very quickly became my mentor as an author, not even as a Bizarro writer, but just as a writer in general. I really took to his marathon writing method, and I fell in love with the idea of going and renting hotel rooms and just binge writing, just shitting out an entire novel in a week or less. And so he really kind of took me under his wing and became my mentor behind the scenes privately. Not a lot of people know that because we didn't make it a big public deal. And there was talk for a while. I've never said this before, but who cares? At this point, it's all behind us in the past. But there was a time when, how Danger and I put out that Stranger Danger book that was one of his novellas and one of my novellas.
Yep.
Carlton and I were going to do that too. And then it all kind of fell apart. It all kind of fell apart after because I think that leaving BizarroCon, I did two things. I established with Rose and Carlton that I was legit and I was for real, and I'm pretty sure they set me up to win the Eraserhead, the Wonderland Award the following year, but I didn't go to the show. And they kept asking me in private, "Are you coming? Are you coming? Are you coming?" And I was like, "Dude, I can't afford it this year." And they were like, "No, listen, you really need to come." And they didn't out and out tell me I was going to win the award, but they made it so obvious. I was like, "Listen, Danger's going to be there. He'll read, our book, Stranger Danger, is going to win. I'll send him my speech, and he's the co-author of that book anyway. So Danger can give the speech and accept it on our behalf. I just can't afford to be there this year." And then they didn't give our books the award that year. And I was like, "Well, that's really weird."
That would have been for the collection or whatever.
It would have been collection, yes.
Who won that year?
I don't remember, but it wasn't us. But everybody voted for us. I mean, everybody told us in private they voted for us that year.
Was that where you first started getting inklings of the gaming of the system?
I mean, I figured as much, but it was actually it was and I've said this a bunch of times, people don't believe me when I say this. It's actual award nominees and winners that have come to me in private and just straight up told me that they've been told that it's Rose picks whoever she thinks is the best representative of Bizarro fiction that particular year. Mm-hmm. That's who she's going to give the award to, and that's how it is. And I don't know why I've gotten into so many public fights with Jeff Burke about it. I don't know why they don't just admit it and say that the Wonderland Award is an Editor's Choice Award. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with an Editor's Choice Award.
Right. I don't know why you went to the mattresses to fucking point that out. To like, you were very adamant about getting them to admit that, but in the end, like, it's their award. And
it was all in the context of that Bizarro Gate stuff and the gatekeeping and all the, it all kind of, and the shit with Brian Keene and trying to use his clout to ruin a kid that was at the show being a weirdo. And I was pointing out everything. I was pretty much just throwing all my ammunition that I had at that, in that general direction, because I wanted people to understand that they weren't operating on the up and up. It wasn't as altruistic as they act like it was. And it broke, honestly, it broke my heart to do all that because I am friends with Carlton and I was basically shitting on his entire parade. Mm-hmm. But it was, at that point, behind the scenes, Jeff Burke and Garrett Cook and who the fuck was that guy we were just talking about?
Oh, Bradley Sands.
Yeah, I've already forgotten his name. Bradley Sands and Don Noble and Nick Day. And they had all kind of behind the scenes started working real hard in what, they call this stuff gay ops and whisper networks because it's so common in any community, any online community that has like a hierarchy. The gatekeepers will start to do what's called gay ops, which is they go behind the scenes and they start collecting intel that they can use to try to ruin the reputation of the person that has more clout than them or is on the same level as them that they don't like and they want to be sort of exercised or excommunicated from the community. And this was all, but when I saw all this going on, I was like, you know what? I'm not going quietly. I'm going to take the whole fucking thing out with me. And that's what I did. So you're asking why did I go to the mattress for just to point out that it seems petty that I went after the way that they put out their award. But at that point I was just throwing all the ammunition I had because they were doing that to me. They were doing everything they could to ruin me. So I was just going to take the whole fucking thing down with us.
I'll tell you what, under ordinary circumstances, and if I wasn't entrenched in the behind the scenes as unfortunately I am, like I would think you sound like a lunatic, like, so, you're like, and you're constantly, bringing up Don and everything. And like, I've told you, like, I'm the guy who's like, been the friends in the relationship, and I'm like, I like both of you, and I when you break up, and I don't want to like pick one side or the other, and I still really am that way. But to your point of them trying to ruin your reputation, I don't think I've ever even told you this before, but like when that was going on, I definitely I received messages from Don. And he's like, oh, I got to tell you some stuff. And like, he wanted me to call him and stuff. And actually like had a phone call with Don, which had never happened before. And he did start, I don't know, disseminating these rumors or whatnot. Like Kevin did this and Kevin did that. And so that guy's fucked up. So like when on the surface, people don't get this behind the scenes stuff. When you say that, like, they were, out to, there was this campaign going on, I would tell you you're batshit crazy and paranoid, but I really did get some of that stuff, some of that campaign that was going on. So
like I said, it's so common now, though, it actually has like an internet terminology behind it. Like the whisper campaign thing is publicly publicly people will be like, I have no idea. Oh, I don't say it. I have no problem with that guy. That guy is, he's doing his own thing, and I wish him the best and I wish him luck. And then behind the scenes, they're doing everything they can in private to ruin that person's standing in the community. And that's just exactly what happened, and why that guy chose to do that. It really comes down to ego. He was pushed out of a company that he didn't do anything to build, and we just all, and it wasn't me alone. There was 4 or 5 guys working at the company, and they were they were pushing Sean, Jeremy, everybody was pushing me to publicly fire Don because he was useless and worthless and was doing nothing. And the more guys I brought on, Jeremy was our financial manager. He handled he made sure all of the money went out to the royalties went out and the taxes were paid. And Sean was our editor. These guys saw how much work was happening at the company and who was doing the work and who wasn't. And the more guys I would bring on and the bigger Strange House got and the more like an actual job it became, the more Don disconnected himself from the entire thing. He just wanted to have fun. He just wanted to play, just like I accuse a ton of people in the Bizarro community. They just want to wear the trendy writer hat. But at the end of the day, they don't necessarily want to do the work that comes with it. And I was, I was ready to pull the trigger and rent an office space for all of us to work out of, that one collective office space, so that at least once a week or twice a week we could have a face-to-face meeting, so we were all on the same page and we knew what the next steps were, because we were to the point, I wanted to release 20, 30, 40, 50 books a year. That's where I wanted to take Strange House. And Don wanted no part of that. No part of that. He wanted
I would have bailed on you too for 20, 30, 40
he didn't bail on
year. That's
the
crazy.
thing is he didn't say, hey guys, this isn't what I signed up for. I'm going to go ahead and take off. He instead started his gay ops before he even left. He was contacting our authors, and he was telling authors that he was going to start that Riot Forge shit, and that he wanted our authors to come with him, and he was going to pay for their book covers. He was going to pay artists. He, out of his pocket, was going to pay artists to do book covers, and then he was going to do the formatting of the books, which is basically just take my template and copy paste their manuscript into that template. He was going to do all that for them for free. 100% of the royalties was going to go to the author.
Right.
After he bought them a cover and then did all the editing and formatting work for free. He was already telling our authors that before he quit.
Oh, okay.
So he had already started all of that shit and started trying to drive a wedge between me and my authors before he even announced that he was leaving. But the other guys were all telling me, like, you got to get this guy out of here. He's dead weight. He's not doing shit. And I was like, I know, man, but I started this with him. Like, what you don't like, the ironic thing about this, Mr. Frank, is I was loyal to Don to the very last day. To the very last day. I was telling those guys, I know he's not doing shit, but I started this company with him and I can't just throw him out the door. He needs to step up and he needs to do his work, but we can't just throw him out. And I would have conversations. I would have heart to hearts with him. Don, we got to get, we got to do this. We're going to rent an office so we can all sit down and do podcasts out of our office. Cause we were working with another guy doing that weekly podcast.
Strange the World. Was it Strange the World? I remember that.
It was Reading the Monsters.
I remember that whole thing.
So we were actually recording the audiobook portion of that podcast out of my basement. And I was like, dude, we can rent a cheap small office. We can record our audiobooks there. Nobody will bother us. We can do them at any time of the day or night because the space will be ours to control, completely controlled space. And then we can get together and do meetings and stuff there. And Don's response was, what are we going to wear fucking suits too? I was like, oh, dude, this guy is just not, he never expected Strange House to blow up as big and as fast as it did. And instead of bowing out, his ego is such that he decided that the best way out of Strange House's success was to utterly and completely destroy me and my public reputation.
Yeah, that's right. Like again, I came into it like I knew Strange House. What my perception was as a consumer was what you and Don had put together and presented to the world, and it still is to this day. I won't lie to you. It's my favorite inception of what Strange House was, and like everything else, like businesses, like you said, it took off. You guys had a great business model, and maybe he wasn't on board as much as or didn't see your vision like you saw. Like the vision of the business was definitely all from you. There's no doubt about it. But business partners break up and everything, and unfortunately, it got personal, it got ugly, and me being a guy from New Jersey that a completely impartial witness to the whole thing, like it's like that's a shame, unfortunately, but like I like the both of you as creative people, but like Don stepped away. He never really followed up on. I love to be around. I'll tell you this day, it's like one of my favorite zombie fucking stories.
Yeah, he's a really talented writer, but he's terrified of
he never followed up on that.
He's terrified of success. He does not want the responsibility of being an anything, really. He just wants to play. And that's fine. There's no I'm not saying these things out of animosity towards the dude. Like I said, I was loyal to that weirdo up until the day he pulled the trigger and yanked all his books. He did it while we were all at a convention like a coward. Me and Jeremy and Sean wasn't there, but me and Jeremy, my girlfriend Kristen at the time, and a couple other people were at a con in Chicago. And I remember waking up on Saturday morning and I got all these emails from Amazon, from Kindle, telling me that all these books, it was like 2, 3, 4 books were all unpublished. And I was like, unpublished? Why are these books unpublished? And then Jeremy looked over at me and while I was looking at my emails, he was on Facebook. He was like, did you see this letter from Don in the group chat? I was like, what? And it was this like Dear John breakup letter. He yanked all his books while we were out of town and then told us he was quitting and we could go fuck ourselves basically. And that's when he did the whole Riot Forge thing and tried to run off with all of our authors. You saw how that turned out. I mean, that blew up pretty quickly. It didn't last very long.
That was something. That's a whole nother chapter to the story with Riot Forge. But yeah, it was great what you two did together and what you birthed with Strange House. And it's just unfortunate it played out the way it did, because definitely, you had people's attention at the time. And I don't know, who knows how the story would have played out if you two would have been just fine and gone through this and still BizarroCon probably would have done what it did eventually. And
have I ever told you, Frank? Have I ever told anybody publicly that when I was nominated for those, when me and Danger were nominated, I was nominated by myself for the Murder Stories. What is the name of that collection?
Oh, Murder
Stories for your face
piece or something. Yeah.
I was nominated for that as collection by itself, and then I was also nominated with Danger for Stranger Danger.
Yeah, I remember that, like seeing that list come out, like that preliminary ballot or whatever, and getting all giddy, like, yeah, my guy that I haven't back in here. Like,
have I ever told you?
Up now.
I don't think I've ever told this story publicly. The day that list was released of the final ballot, the ballot that goes to, you have to go to BizarroCon to vote after that. So it was down to 5. It was down to 5 finalists, and I was 2 of the 5 finalists.
Yeah.
The day that came out, Don Noble, in a rage, contacted Carlton and did the same thing he did with you, where he tried to run me down in as many ways as he could think of to run me down and he pleaded with Carlton to remove me from the nomination list, to kick me off of the Wonderland Awards. Do you know why I know that?
I don't know, but I remember here. I think you have reiterated this.
Have I said this publicly before? Yeah, I know that because Carlton sent it to me.
Yeah.
He said, what? He said, I don't want to get in the middle of this, but what is this? And I was like, I don't know, dude, do whatever you want to do. I was like, if you want to be a part of this dude trying to systematically ruin my reputation and career, then by all means. And he was like, no, he's like, I've seen this a million times. The way Carlton put it was, he was like, look at this as just another affirmation of your success. Like you don't get this kind of shit doesn't happen to someone that isn't doing, doesn't have his finger on the pulse. And but yeah, this thing went so far. They went so far trying to ruin my reputation that they literally tried to get me thrown off the Wonderland Awards, and for no good reason. Those books were nominated fairly. Those books were written, fairly, published fairly, and nominated fairly. He just couldn't. His ego couldn't handle seeing me rise to success, and especially that was after he left. So I just kept moving. I just kept going forward. Of course I did. He played no significant role in the rise of Strange House. And so he played, of course, no role in my, when I broke off as a singles competitor, as it were, he played no role in that. But, it was years, Mr. Frank, probably 3 years of dealing with them and their whisper campaigns and their gay ops behind the scenes, trying to ruin me. I trudged on and kept trying to just do my thing in the fiction world for like 3 more years until it just got to be too much. It got so fucking bad that because I even get, we talked about this once recently. That's the whole reason I gave up Strange House. I was like, fuck it. I'll give the whole fucking kitchen sink away, and then it'll just be me. Mm-hmm. And then anybody that's like pretending to be loyal to me to get inside information and all that dumb gay ops shit, there's no reason for anybody to talk to me anymore unless they're just genuinely my friend. And it was a motherfucker, Mr. Frank. It was a motherfucker. And I'm only just recently in the last 12, 14, 18 months feeling like I've like broken those chains and can just be a normal fucking person again without the Don Noble whisper campaign following my life.
Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you did the greatest thing you could have done and just said, fuck the fiction. And here's where I'm going, bitches. You can't touch me in the comic book. They can't touch you in comic books, right? Other people,
I mean, they might
fuck with you. You're opening up new doors for people to fuck with you, but you went in solo. I mean, God damn it, you went in solo. You're the writer, you're the artist, you're the everything. It's as far as I'm concerned. I was asked, I don't know, I've done a bunch of podcasts lately, and somebody's asked me, who my favorite guest was or whatnot. And I'm like, I don't know if he's my favorite or not. Like he's super easy to interview, and he's totally creative, and I keep going back to him. He's always the guy that I get ratings for. It's Kevin Strange. Like, maybe you're not my favoriteest guest, but you're like the best fucking guest to have on. And it's not just because you get the hate listens. It's not just because I genuinely enjoy your creativity, but like you went through all that shit. You flung some turds around, like even like when in the shit of it, even I wasn't enjoying you flinging the shit. Like it just got.
I had no. I mean, right. You could tell.
Right.
I know. You could tell.
And it wasn't just you. Like I was disgusted with fucking everybody, right? And it just, I mean, to the point, like legit, where like you had the Texas Chainsaw Mantis came out, and I had that book, like I bought that book, and like I just couldn't open it. You know what I mean? Like, just dude, and he's fucking saying shit about that. Like, I just couldn't. I couldn't appreciate it properly. And it took, I don't know, God, 4 or 5 years. And actually, it was a friend of mine who fucking read it, and it was like, dude, that book was fucking good. And I'm like, really? Like, kind of strange, like this shit. He was like, no, but it's just good. And so finally, like, the dust was settling. I opened up, fucking great book. Like, hands down to you, Texas Chainsaw Mantis, fucking great book.
Now imagine Mr. Frank having to write under those conditions.
Right. Nah, but you wrote that. Just, the writing of that was sort of pre all this shit, right?
It was no. I mean, it was that book was completely independent by me. So the Whisper campaign had already started, and I had already given Strange House away. So I had already gone through the Wonderland Award fiasco with Don and all that stuff. It was pre me just saying, "Fuck it, I'm going to take Bizarro out with me."
Maybe because I have to contextualize it within like Bazong like territory. Maybe that was like one of your first appearances for Bazong was Texas Chainsaw Mantis and stuff, because I always do like I always had to do that balance of like, especially with Project I Radio, or like there was like I wasn't my own boss, like I had other boss like people, and especially with Brian Keane being the fucking anchor podcast of the thing, like people could have told me like, don't do Kevin Strange things, like especially when you made the enemies with fucking Brian Keane. So
he's easy to fight with, though. He loves.
I know, but for me, I know you, but for me, it was like I had to sneak those episodes on and see what the fucking
And I've tons of respect to you for even bothering.
But you know what? In all honesty, I never caught behind the scenes flack for it too much. There was a little bit of like, Jesus Christ, again with fucking Kevin Strange, but there was never like.
There was always a reason, though. You had me on because I had new shit.
You had new shit. I invited you. We never like. We really never like delved into hardcore with the politics of all.
I tried to be very respectful of your boundaries, where you wanted to go, and I tried to stay with.
Yes, and I always said like I never squelched him. I'm only interested in his writing. I think there was only one time we were actually like got into the politics of Bizarricon. It was the only politics we ever got into, and I was happy to have that back and forth with you about that. And you made great points, and I agreed or disagreed, but like. And we don't get into the real politics, left and right, and all that stuff. And like I've told you before,
me and Ben love sparring about that shit. That's fun as fuck.
Yeah, you guys can do that. That's not Bazong. But the thing I could never deny was like, it maybe give me a little shit, like Jesus Christ, Kevin Strange again. I'm like, look at the fucking listens, and then tell me to stop fucking, because they could never do that. Because everybody was fucking hate listening to you. Yeah. Everybody was hate listening to you. That was undeniable. Yeah. So nobody could ever tell me don't interview Kevin Strange.
We gave Brian Keane a lot of ratings too. I got a fire. I put a fire under his ass too for a couple of months there.
Oh yeah, good ratings. You remember when he did the first telethon?
Yeah,
I think it was when you were first getting into it with him. Like you were first starting to like, because you had gone out and done the podcast with him, and then now you were like kind of starting to battle with him. And he started
it with me. I don't ever start.
I don't remember. We'll go, but I remember sitting in that hotel with him before we were live on the air, and I go, stop talking about him. If you just don't say his name, he will stop talking about you. Like you're just feeding it every time you say Kevin Strange. You're feeding into him, and he's gonna say Brian Keane right back. He's like, "You're right," and then half hour later, he's like immediately saying your name again. I'm like, "Oh Jesus fucking Christ!" Yeah.
That's good radio, brother. That was good radio. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was ugly.
It has strange derangement syndrome.
He did. I got him triggered on Kevin Strange so quick. But the thing about Brian is, Brian can say anything he wants to. And nobody questions his bullshit, and so he's so easy to he's a big target because he's constantly talking bullshit, and that doesn't take away. I think he's a cool motherfucker personally, and I think he's a great writer. He's one of my favorite small press writers. I have a ton of his books. If I showed you my bookshelf in there, I probably have close to 20 Brian Keane novels. Yeah. I have no lack of respect for the guy. But he does bullshit a lot. And so it's real easy. If he's going to start a fight with me, it's real easy for me to be like, listen, bullshit artist, here's this, and this that you're full of fucking shit about. You don't do research. You just throw your opinion out there like it's fact. And you do so because nobody in your circle will question you. They agree with you no matter what you fucking say because they're afraid of you. And that just makes for good radio, man. We made a good foils for each other. I think I had a lot of fun sparring with him, and he may have taken it personally, and he may never talk to me again. But if I saw him at a convention tomorrow, I would give that motherfucker the biggest hug ever and tell him, "Thank you. Let's do it again sometime." Because that was a ton of fucking fun.
Unfortunately, he called his girlfriend a cunt, so I don't think that's ever gonna fucking happen.
She acted like a cunt. I mean, come on, we're adults here. We call each other cunts.
that was a rough one. I will not support you calling Mary San Giovanni a cunt.
I mean, look at the context, though. She was calling me like an ankle biter, telling me that I was trying to profit off of his fame and shit. I was like, listen, cunt, if there's anybody trying to profit off his fucking fame, it's you, bitch.
I will giggle, but I will not support you calling Mary San Giovanni a cunt.
Brad,
outside of that,
What's up?
hate listens, man. Bazong lives off of fucking Kevin Strange hate listens.
it's all good, brother. I'll keep providing them. I don't know how much they're gonna,
You know,
I don't know how
I get. I mean, more than nobody interacts with me outside of Bazong, but when Kevin Strange comes on, I get all these like slide into my DMs. Hey man, that was very brave. I really appreciate you talking. You made him sound human. I get no more comment, interactions, So yeah, so it is what it is. And then when you move to the comics thing, it was like, yeah, fuck them. Like they won't let you play in their fucking playground. You make your own fucking playground. Fuck yeah.
100%. And I don't know how much longer those hate listens will come along with me because I don't have any interaction with them anymore. I did get into it
down.
What's that?
I said your hate listens are down.
Yeah, I did get into it with Nathan Carson the other day. He was picking on Zach Magaha, and so I jumped in and told him what I thought of his fucking bullshit. He's a cunt too, but that might spike the hate listens a little bit. But for the most part, did I tell you that Jeff Burke contacted me and wanted to do a podcast with me?
No, you did not tell me that.
Yeah, he wanted to do. He wanted us to fight on Quiet Place, like blood sports bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard Jeremy like it sounded like he might show up on the Quiet Place, but he never did.
Jeremy knew he wasn't coming. Jeremy was playing that up for the show. He told us first he said he wanted to do it, and then he backed out. And he had already backed out when Jeremy was doing all that countdown shit, which was funny. It made for funny radio, but we knew Jeff wasn't coming. But he initially wanted to do so, and then I kind of told him like, look, Jeff, I don't give a fuck about any of that shit anymore. And Jeff's whole thing is always like, he's always Mr. Gotcha, like. Gotcha, you're lying, and I'm never lying. Like if I get the actual, like if I get the context wrong, the dates wrong, the sentiment is always comes from a true place in my heart. And maybe I'll say the name of the publishing house wrong, or the thing that drives Jeff crazy is I can't ever remember if he was fired or he quit Eraserhead, and I always say it wrong. And it makes him so mad. He always emails me and tells me, why do you keep lying about me? And I'm like, Jeff, it doesn't matter if you quit or got fired. The point was you were too extreme for extreme horror, and that's fucking gay.
Yeah. Everybody knows that it's a fucked up scene. But I'm kind of worried now because I was like totally in his corner for Section 31. Like, fuck yeah, like this is the Deadite everybody wanted. And now, like, when the Chandler Morrison book got passed off to oh goddamn Death's Head Press, that's got me concerned about what's going on with Section 31, that they can't make that happen.
Yeah, that really.
I mean, Jeff Burke.
Yeah, that really confused me because he was like ride or die for that book. He got fucking fired over it. And then
whichever one, make sure I like to cover both my bases. He quit and got fired because I can't ever remember which one it was.
Yeah, I think the official thing is that he was fired.
Okay,
because essentially they said he was fired because they knew he wouldn't quit. That was like
so Jeff listens to this. There you go. Your facts are facts.
That's what I believe to be true.
Look at this fucking picture that Brad is working on up here. This is
Brad. It's been like, fuck you all. I'm just fucking making art, bitches.
I mean, I don't know any of these names to have. I don't hate anyone, and I don't know anyone. So
you know one of these guys, but I don't think you want to publicly throw him under the bus.
Probably not. No.
It'd be cool if you did.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, but I don't like the new sandwich from Jack in the Box very much. That thing is a piece of crap, in my opinion.
It is a piece of crap, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. No, dude, I don't know any of them. If one of them says something about me, then I guess I'd say something back, but I don't have a reason to say anything about people I don't know. So instead I draw this.
Fucking killer, dude.
Brad, I don't know like a ton about you, but like you've been drawing with Kevin, like kind of like, are you like Kevin? Are you like jury, judge, and executioner? And I can invest in you through Patreon or whatever campaign shit.
You can buy my comic books on Etsy or a bunch of my different art on Etsy. Me and Kevin, I consider Kevin to be my one of my closest friends, one of my best friends. We do have a little bit of personality differences, but I can be an asshole also. I just, I think I maybe.
Kevin's always an asshole.
I think I work maybe a little bit harder not to be an asshole than maybe Kevin does. But part of what I love about Kevin, though, is that he just says it, and I always like a person.
When your entire reputation is ruined over a bunch of lies and slander and gossip and shit blown way out of proportion, I mean, at a certain point, you just give up. Like, okay, I am everything you say I am. There's no point in me trying to be nice.
It's just like the Eminem song, I am whatever you say I am.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not a consummate asshole like Kevin Strange, but I can get there at times.
I'm aspiring, I guess you could say. Aspiring to be the level of asshole that Kevin is, but it's hard, cast a big shadow.
No, me and Brad, we love to do these comic books, and we keep each other motivated and jazzed up, and we're always talking to each other behind the scenes about where we're at on our projects and everything. And Brad,
we scream at each other at least once or twice a day, it seems like.
Brad's been a huge help in my transition to comics and stuff, because behind the scenes, Brad, he's got a sticker maker, and he does all these kick-ass DIY art projects that I try to race to keep up with him. Like, what are you doing now? You bought a what? You're gonna do? And I'm like trying to figure out, how can I put my shit in there? You're gonna do die cut stickers? Well, what can I fucking throw at you that'd be a cool die cut sticker? And his all his tech, like hardware tech, I'm always calling him like, which iPad should I buy?
Which that's all my wife. Like, I'm like, hey, Kevin wants to know this, and then she tells both of us, or both of us are like, Amanda, we broke something, and then she fixes it.
Oh my God, yeah, I was working on the card game. I had to have his wife troubleshoot the entire project. Right as I was getting ready to go to printing, I had this catastrophe, and I was like, can I come over and bring my entire card game and have your wife figure this out? He's like, just email it to her and we'll figure this out. Look what I got today, Brad.
What is that?
Before I got the iPad, I got the Apple Pencil.
Stylus, huh?
Yeah, this is you know how you were saying that yours has the has a cap on the end of it?
Yeah.
Let me show you this fucking weird
Because
thing.
yours is the brand. I got the older one. You got the brand new one.
So this little doggy doesn't have a cap on it at all. It's apparently, and I don't have the iPad yet, it's still in transit. Apparently you just clip this it like magnetizes to the iPad and charges that way.
Whoa. Mine down by your fingers, mine has like a little cap that pops off, and then there's like a way that you can plug it into a charger.
I was looking for that. I was like, does this come off? What's going on? And then in the little paperwork here, it's like, nope, you just magnetize it to the iPad and it charges automatically. I was like, well, fuck Brad. I got the cool one.
Idiot. But yeah, I just pretty much draw pictures and try to stay. I actually I have a fairly bad temper, so I try to stay calm, because if I get pissed off, I usually say things I regret or do things I regret. So
we don't need to do that publicly for the whole fucking world to see.
No, yeah, that's what I mean.
My department.
Keep my bullshit under the blanket. But no, I do have a ton of fun doing these, and I actually very much enjoy Kevin's personality. I think it's definitely unique. Also, I have a little brother who's a complete and total asshole. So
I dig because I've been watching you, Brad, like draw with Kevin before I started interrupting you two fucking guys. I got a question. Like, I wrote a book called Catcoin, like, and it's like my interpretation of Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, and everything. I usually have done like bookmarks every time I release a book. I make a bookmark with it, but like with Catcoin, since it's like about cryptocurrency and stuff, I always wanted to make an actual cat coin, whether it be a sticker, maybe a wooden nickel or whatnot. Like, how difficult would that be on like a DIY basis to make that happen?
to make a sticker would be easy as hell. To make you could make there. Have you ever seen like here? I have one right here actually. They're pins. This is one of a buddy of mine.
Oh yeah, like the
these kind, but you can get
enamel.
Yeah, enamel pins, but you can get pins like these, but they're made out of wood.
Mm-hmm.
So you could have like a wooden cat pin made. The wood ones are cheaper to have made than these enamel pins, but that would be something that would be actually really cool to do, like a wooden pin.
Yeah, if I could, like, actually, even if plastic, wooden, like any kind of like a mock-up of like a coin, like a quarter size.
You can do it. There's a lot of different ways. You could probably make something like that even with a cricket. You know what a cricket is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because crickets have ways that they can cut stuff out. It doesn't just have to be paper.
Yeah.
You could probably design something like that and cut it with a cricket, I would think.
Yeah, shit. My wife's got one of them.
Yeah. So does mine. Yeah, my wife's a huge she helps me out a lot with stuff. I can draw all this shit out, but then it's like I don't know what I'm going to do with it once it's all together.
Yeah.
She kind of takes my this is a pack of my trading cards, and like she does all the I can draw all these things, but then when I flip them over, she can do all the this kind of stuff,
the text and stuff. Oh shit! You got a trading card game just like Kevin Strange?
No, I just have mine are just like Garbage Pail Kids. They don't have a game with them. They're just dumb pictures and then stupid stats. Like this one is where is he? Ronnie the.
Can I? Are they stickers? Can I peel them off? Put them on my parents' kitchen cabinet and chew some gum.
These are just these are cards, but these here are stickers.
Yeah.
Well, these.
Go boy.
See, those are all.
Is that like cricket? Are you doing them stickers like with cricket right there?
Yeah, these are die cuts, dude. These are cricket. You can just buy
right on the cricket. Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. We gotta talk. Yeah. I know I got a cricket in my house. I have no idea.
See this
my
one.
Wife is the keeper.
This one right here is all a digital drawn. This one right here is made off of just a hand drawn.
Nice.
So yeah, but she's made. Oh yeah, this is the card. See, it's this kid shaking the shit out of this gerbil or whatever.
Yeah.
And his name is Ronnie the Rodent Ripper, and his stats are ferocious bedwetting is off the charts. Rodent destruction is off of the charts, and unhealthy fire obsession is off the chart. So he's headed on his way to being a successful member of society, I would say.
Kevin, we're breaking up.
Brad's the new boyfriend.
Brad's the new darling of the zone.
Yeah, he's the new it girl.
Oh shit! I'll give you some pictures whenever we're done on here. Then. No.
Contrary to popular belief, I love putting dudes that are motivated and creative and talented and just ready to work. I throw them, at my crowd as hard as I can. Like, support this motherfucker.
Yeah, that's why I asked. Like he's been hooking up with you with the comic book thing before you've invited your gay writer friends back on. Like, and he's killing it. He's like sitting here through all our horseshit drama, but he's just fucking making pictures. Like, I'm sorry, but he filled the fuck out of his page more than you did, Mr. Kevin.
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck
Yeah, like he's just fucking doing the work. He's putting in the fucking work.
Absolutely.
But, like, how do I support this dude?
Right now, my shit is on Etsy. It's the only place. Or I mean, you can direct message me on any of my social medias too. But Etsy's where I have like my comic books on Etsy. Here's my comic right here. It's called Life with Riggs. It's about a disgruntled teenage kid. He's like 14. He lives with his mom. He's kind of got like a dysfunctional family, but a family that like loves him, but he's kind of a screw up and in his own head all the time. This is his imaginary friend. He's like a rat named Riggs, and he pretty much is like his psyche. And anytime they're talking, it's in these black bubbles. So that's all inner dialogue. And pretty much like this one right here, they're grandpa's on his way to kick his ass because he's fucking around in gym class and accidentally bites this kid's dick off. He's watching this cheerleader, Wendy Wiggles, and then the coach makes him run, and he's trying to run, slams into this kid, and accidentally bites off his cock. And then right here, the principal's yelling at him, and Junior's trying to tell him that he didn't bite it off. It's still dangling there. It's not all the way off. And then the grandpa's on his way to get him. He winds up getting abducted by aliens, and a bunch of other shit goes on. And it winds up they wind up getting abducted. They'd make this helmet out of Junior's microwave. Riggs has this weird like MacGyver quality where he'll create things, and he creates this helmet, and Junior puts it on, and then they plug it in, and it fucking zaps him, and then it pulls him into this like the helmet pulls them into space, I guess. And then they get abducted, and right here Junior's like demanding an anal probe, and the aliens telling him that they don't do that anymore, and he's saying that he has the right to one, that he's good enough to abduct but not good enough to anal probe.
Hey, Ben, you should have this guy in the quiet place. He doesn't even fucking give a shit about giving away spoilers.
No, people are gonna buy it or they're not gonna buy it. Plus, I'm working on my second issue, and there's a lot more that goes on in this book than that. A lot of people that I know, they'll come up with a comic book and then they don't even want to show anybody a picture of it, and like nobody knows who in the fuck I am. Like nobody, if you don't get to see the inside of it, for all you know, it's like pages smeared with my poop. You know, like I don't have a name that like matters. So if I don't show the artwork, like no one's gonna buy it just because they're like, oh, that douchebag made it, you know. So I don't mind showing it, and don't know what the fuck that was.
You're 100% correct. Are you on Instagram and shit? Like, can I just like stink out? Like, I want to just
literally just Instagram is Stink House.
Yeah, that's what I want to search for. I want to search for Stink House and have everything happen.
That's pretty much what will happen if you just search Stink House.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you own that brand. I just want to search Stink House and have all my options pop up in front of me.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be that or a bunch of weird pictures of like fucking Johnny on the spot porta potty shit. So.
As long as I can get where I need to be.
Right. Porta potty fetishes.
My art and porta potties. Yeah.
That's fucking brilliant.
They go together so well.
Yeah, that's what I need in my life. I just want to Google Stink House and have like all my options for Brad.
Yeah, I have a YouTube page under it's under Stink House Studios. That page is like a weird fucking lost world because there's gaming videos on there, and then there's this comic book started off with a homemade puppet show. That's like where the idea came from. So there's like the 4 or 5 episodes of the puppet show that I made, and then some weird animations and shit also that I did. I made a puppet of Kevin Strange, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. If you've seen that little video I made of Puppet Strange, that's where it came from. Brad and his wife made that for me. So right. I'm saying I'm always trying to keep up with them. I'm always, like, you're doing what now? I'm taking Brad on the road when the coronavirus lockdown ends. We're going to start hitting conventions hot and heavy, and I'll have Brad out there with me selling all his shit.
Yeah, that is what I'm talking about. As much as I love talking to people who write weird and bizarre fiction, like this is like next level fucking shit. Like I don't get to talk to people who do this shit. Like I need you two fuckers to get to the next level.
To get to the next stage.
Yeah, Steakhouse, Brad, I'm about to get a little fucking stalkery with your ass on your social media.
That's all good, dude. Just try to keep any like weird dick pics or anything. Try to keep that to a minimum. But usually I don't start unless it's more than like 5 a day. That can get a little excessive.
Yeah, try to keep it to a maximum in my DMs.
Yeah. Panoramic.
Look, I'm over 40. You're not going to get more than 5 a day from me.
Yeah. It slows down your dick pic output. You're like,
I don't have Viagra.
I'm too exhausted.
Ben, break in here.
Young virile Ben.
Ben, can you hear us?
He's probably pissing. He's all drunk on his rum. You know, is there nothing better in this world than drunk Ben on The Quiet Place? Truly.
He's a oh, he dropped out again.
There you go.
Yeah, this iteration of The Quiet Place just caught fire. Isn't it just fucking awesome to listen to, Mr. Frank?
It is unexpectedly. Look, I've listened to Jeremy since what was Surreal Sermons, and I don't know what it was for that. But like, and then there was always a charm to it all. And then like he fell into the Kevin Strange. What was that he was doing? He was doing The Quiet Place on your Kevin Strange network or whatnot, right?
Yeah.
And that was way too political for my ass. And I was like, I'm not interested in this. But then, you know, because I like Ben and I like Gregor, and they started posting this stuff, and I'm like, holy shit! Like I can dig the thing that they're doing, and like it's the Jeremy I've always known and loved. Like he's just concerned with books, and he has his unique viewpoints, and I really loved it. And Ben and Gregor are excellent like counterpoints to him. And so I totally dug it again. And it was like, it felt weird. It's like, should I like this? It feels a little dirty liking Jeremy Maddox pod. He's almost more of a pariah than Kevin Strange himself. But you know, I'm not gonna shy away. If I like it, I like it. And I'm like, this is great, this 3-hour fucking podcast he's doing on YouTube. And then it was almost like Jeremy heard me. He was like, 3 hours, fuck you, I'm doing 4. And I'm like, I enjoy this 4-hour podcast. He's like, 4? Fuck you, I'm doing 6. And now what you guys are up to like a half a day. I think you're like a 12-hour podcast now.
I think the longest one we've done is like almost 8 hours.
Yeah,
talk about the
past 8 hours podcasts.
Talk about the inception of that, Ben. How did this new iteration of Quiet Place come about?
Well, I think it really started with me being his co-host on his other iteration of The Quiet Place. I think he was still hosted on your site at that time. And then, you know, he just stopped doing it for a while. We still stayed in contact, just talked a little bit about books and stuff. And he talked about, you know, wanting to get back into it. So I'm like, sure. And so we just did it on YouTube. And at first, I think it was just me and him, and then we invited Zachary McGaha on, and then we invited Gregor on, and then you know, both of them became mainstays. So that's how it got to what it was. And we're just kind of consistent with trying to find, you know, guests to come on and so forth. Tomorrow we're going to have the author Mike Klein and the guy who runs Nihilism Revised, SC Burke, on.
Sweet. Yeah, it's a lot of fun to listen to. I've become a full-time listener of the show again. He was doing it as a podcast, and he didn't really have any way. Jeremy didn't really have the technological know-how to sort of put a podcast out there into the world himself, and I was already doing those podcasts myself, reading to strangers and shit. So I was like, well, I can host it. I'll if you email it to me, you email me the MP3, I can quickly put it up on my website. And so that's how it lived for quite a few months. And then I was compelling him. I was like, Jeremy, the hardcore raging politics and like current event shit that you're doing on your show, YouTube is the perfect platform for that. And you don't need me for that. You don't need the middleman. All you have to do is just go live on YouTube and rant. And he's like, oh, I can't do it live. I can't do this live. Like he was really, it took Jeremy a long time to sort of warm up to the idea of having to do all that stuff off the cuff and do it in real time and do it live while there was a potential audience watching and listening. But now, I mean, I don't want it any other way. This is exactly, and I told him that even within the last 2 weeks. I was like, Jeremy, I am so glad that you finally did the YouTube thing and you have your show and your co-hosts and these epic fucking 8-hour streams and these off the wall crazy guests. Like, this is perfect, the perfect platform for you guys. And I am very, very much a fan and very glad when I get to be a part of it every once in a while. And there's no gatekeepers, Mr. Frank. Nobody gets to fucking do gay ops or whisper networks on us. We just hang out. We're just some friends that fucking hang out.
Yeah, we've no, we haven't had any backlash against this. I expected.
And Kevin has been on there already. You're saying?
No, I don't. No, we haven't had any backlash against this. I mean, I haven't, at least. We got to stop
some real pushback, and he doesn't think that it has anything to do with the show, but I think that the typical lefty writer gatekeepers are being a lot more dismissive of him because of the show. But that's just I guess, as Mr. Frank says, I sound like a paranoid, delusional, obsessive weirdo, but it's because I've been subject of a whisper campaign and gay ops for years. So it's something that it's pretty easy for me to see when it's beginning to happen to someone else. So I think it might be starting to happen to Zach. Ben, you might be more diplomatic enough and have enough tact to navigate those waters, but I never did.
Yeah, I mean, one of the guys who was attacking it was like, "Oh, you're friends with Kevin Strange," but I think that's stupid shit. But yeah, I mean, I think I've managed to mostly avoid embarrassing myself, except for when I get drunk on the podcast,
which is so much fun. So much fun. Yeah, it's a. I mean, we're to the point that I enjoy listening to that show so much that I'm inviting you guys to do shows with me now. It's like, hey, let's just keep it going. Once a week's not enough. Let's do it more than once a week.
Dude, I find myself like now, like. On Sunday nights when it's happening, like typically I'm actually like editing new episodes for Bazong to go up Monday morning. So like I'm kind of checking in a little bit here and there as I'm editing the episode for Bazong, but I'm like, I'll check in tomorrow and everything like that. And I find myself like, I listen to it like a podcast. Like I throw on YouTube and I'm driving to and from work, picking up like it's fucking, I gotta pick through goddamn fucking 8 hours of this show, so it's taking 3 and 4 fucking days to go through this damn thing. And it like, and now I'm at the point where we really got to work on Jeremy, because like I got halfway through the fucking Lesko episode and the fucking WWE calls him out and fucking shuts the fucking episode down before I finish listening to it. Like that's getting a little fucking obnoxious. So he's got to stop.
I think we all do. We all keep telling. I think that's the problem. The problem is we all keep telling him not to do those stink face videos, and he's just being ornery.
It's calling him out. He's like, "Don't do them. I'll do what I want." You got to like Jeremy. You got to play. Everybody loves those stink face videos, and then he won't play him anymore.
Yeah, you have to. I kind of have to wonder before the first channel got taken down, like how many people would listen to us and be like, "Who are these fucking faggots? Where the fuck is the wrestlers sticking their asses in girls' faces?"
What happened to our ass videos? Who are these fucking?
When me and Kevin started doing when we started doing YouTube videos in the beginning, it was just a bunch of people that thought we didn't know we were fat. They just, hey, you guys know that you're fat? There's like, what? No.
Brad has an interesting situation. His Instagram used to be a fish tank aquarium hobby channel, and he changed it to this fucking crazy art.
Yeah, there was a lot of confusion for a little.
Oh my god, Brad, are you the guy I keep watching like micro fucking aquarium videos with the beta fish and shit and all the shrimps eating carrots and stuff?
No, I didn't. I'm
raptured with those things lately.
I had cichlids, like African cichlids, but
Yeah.
I'm sure it was
No,
just
not
as dirty
African
and painful as whatever you're talking about. I'm sure. At one time, I had 42 tanks running in my house.
Oh my
I had a 210 gallon. I had two 125s, two 100 gallons, 355s, two 75s, and a whole bunch of little tanks that. And I still have a wife after all that too. I should mention.
You must have patience of a
When you
saint.
brought it to the house for the first time, you're like, okay, this is the part where I tell you I'm insane.
Yeah, the best story ever. Is, I had these fish that had babies, and I'm trying to get them. It's a pain in the ass to get babies out of a fish's mouth because that's where the mom holds them. So I'm trying to get these babies out. And it's the middle of summer in my fish room because those fish have to have hot water. My fish room's like a damn sauna. So I'm in here in my underwear, splashing around in these tanks, trying to get these eggs out of this fish's mouth. And I get a knock on the door, and I don't think about it. I go into the door. I got like a hose draped over my shoulder. I'm in my underwear. It's a person trying to sell me a Kirby vacuum. I was like, bad time, you know, but I guarantee she thought I was doing something way weirder than fish tanks, you know?
Oh my god! Like I totally somehow in this quarantine, I've fallen down this YouTube hole of this guy doing micro tanks or whatever, the micro aquariums with like duckweed on top, and he's got a little shrimp and a beta fish, and he'll boil a carrot. I'll sit there for a fucking half an hour and rapture like, oh my god, he's feeding these micro shrimp a fucking carrot today. Let me see what the fuck is going on with this shit. Dude, when he fed like, I don't know, it was a piece of fucking pizza. I was like, oh no, pizza! Holy fucking shit! We gotta strap in 45 minutes of this stuff.
You know, I'll tell you, fish people are insane.
Mr. Frank.
Yeah, fish people are nuts. But yeah, my Instagram following was a little confused when they were like, there's no more fish, and there's all these weird pictures of dicks. Like,
yeah, I guess that's an abrupt.
Yeah, it was weird with my follower count for a while because it was like every time I'd get one, I'd lose two, you know. But now that seems like it's kind of evened itself out.
The aquarium people and the comic book people, there's not a big crossover there, huh?
No, I do have a couple dudes that stuck with me, and they still like my pictures and even comment on them and like them, and I still follow them too because I do. And I mean, I like fish tanks. I can't help it. I do, but I just kind of changed my my thing on there. But I do have a couple guys that seem like they like my art and are still nice to me on there. But I was getting some really weird messages for a little while. It was like,
you got great guppies and you got great fucking dick pics.
Yeah. Well, you know, some of those fish tank people, you know, can be like, you know, I don't think about it, I guess. But so if you got like a 12-year-old fish fanatic, and all of a sudden he's like scrolling through his Instagram page, and there's like a fucking garden gnome jerking off into some other garden gnome's mouth, you know,
jerking off coming rainbows.
Yeah, what is happening, you know? So I got a little bit of people that were kind of unhappy with me, but
that's it happened. You know, you gotta pick your fans where you can get them.
Right. I mean, how long you're only going to be able to live so long before you see a garden gnome jizz into another garden gnome's mouth anyway, so it might as well just get out of the way, you know. Now it's happening.
I got this guy that loves my 16-year-old fish and my fucking this guy's gold, baby.
Yeah,
it's the #1 fan. This is a top-rated gold star fan.
Right. Yeah.
You ain't gonna touch this guy. You'd be at a con. You're my #1 fan, nigga, please, because. Do you like my 16-year-old guppy and my fucking full page 13 cock splash picture? I don't fucking think so.
Oh, yeah, but yeah, so that was a fun little transition. I sometimes wish I could go back and just do it again just because of how fucked up people's brains were about it, you know?
I wish you could go back and do it again just so I could watch it all happen.
The only thing that sucks is I'd have to load 40 something fish tanks back into my house. And
I knew that. I knew that.
Anymore?
huh?
You don't have any?
No, dude, I don't have any. No, I loaded. I'm not gonna say the kid's name because he's from this area, but he's a fucking moron. And he came down here, and I sold him a whole shitload of fish tanks, and he starts loading them onto this trailer. And I'm like, hey man, if you load those on there when you leave here, you're gonna break a bunch of them because he's just throwing them on this open trailer and smashing them all together real tight and shit. And I was like, dude, he lives in Jersey County. I was like, dude, you're gonna hit one back road and you're gonna have a trailer full of nothing but fucking pieces of glass, you know? And he's like, no man, I know what I'm doing. I move this shit around all the time. I'm like, whatever. He takes off. About 20 minutes later, I get a picture on my phone that is a trailer full of a bunch of pictures of, like, not all of them broke, but enough to make it where you're just like, well, fuck this, you know? So that was fun. But not my problem by that point, you know?
What made you quit?
Water changes. I'd have to do like well, first off, if you want to say, like, you know how we're saying, like, well, you ain't gonna write a book and make a living. You ain't gonna write a comic and make a living. Well, if your income relies on how horny your fish are, like, that gets pretty, you know, because you're like, well, I didn't make any money because my fish won't fuck, you know? And so to try to get your fish to breed, one of the things that you do is do cold water changes in the tanks, right? Which they still do like 35% water changes, but I got like 8,000 gallons worth of tanks in my house. It would literally take me like a day and a half to do those water changes. And then I was like, before I started doing that, I felt young, and then now I feel like this, you know, like
this.
Now I feel like this, where my knees are like, I hate you, and every, you know, all this. So finally, I was just like, man, fuck this. Like, I'm not gonna, like, I don't know. I made it. It got too big, which I have a habit of obsessing on things. It's kind of one of my personal traits. But I was like,
Brad, are you Polish?
No, I'm not. I'm Irish.
Oh my God! Well, it's almost as bad. I understand everything you're talking about with the fish, because, like, when I was in my 20s, my best bud, like, we'd go fish, like, that was his thing. So he dragged me into, like, going down to the local park. There's a big ass pond. We go fishing. We were like throwing bacon or hot dogs. Any fucking catfish would fucking go nuts for hot dogs and bacon.
Yeah, dude, where we live right by the Mississippi River, and like,
I
grew up fishing that river and pulling great big fish out of that river, and I definitely
try to raise them in a fish tank, right? Like, that was my friend. It was not my friend. It was his dad. His dad had that, like, obsessive compulsive, and his whole basement became like fucking catfish, or they go out to in salt water to get fucking minnows and shit, and he, like, breathe these things like crazy.
There's something that goes on with fish people. Some people get like I've known a lot of people that have more than 30 fish tanks in their house. There's a whole little subculture of it. You can get on Facebook and join, like, there'll be a cichlid group in your area, you know, and it's full of a bunch of weirdos that got a bunch of fish tanks in their basement or in their house. And
one of my old roommates decided that he wanted to put an aquarium in his tattoo shop. He's a tattoo artist. Decided he was going to put an aquarium in his tattoo shop, and that turned into what do you call that when you actually build the foundation and put waterfalls and
a full fucking waterscape, pretty much, like.
Yeah, there's a term for a terrarium. He
went terrarium. Yeah, those.
He put this thing together as a terrarium, and within 2 months, his entire tattoo shop, he had so many aquariums in it that when the health inspector came in to do the health inspection for the quarter, he was like, "You can't have any of this in here."
Yeah,
people obsess. Like, fish are like a crazy obsession with a lot of people.
Yeah,
Ben's having problems here, huh?
He's having a lot of problems. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
The last couple of times he talked, it was like he was doing that remix where it was like, ah. Did you hear that?
You're doing dolphin noises because you're talking about fish.
A remix. Yeah. But yeah, fish are addicting and weird, so stay away from them or you'll ruin your life.
Ben, what's going on with your connection, buddy?
My connection's fine. It's just that for whatever reason, the sound keeps cutting out, and I have to go out and come back in to hear it again.
That's fucking weird.
He's like, everything's good, but for some reason, you just keep talking about fucking fish.
Yeah. I slamming my head on the desk because you wouldn't shut up.
It just happened again.
I keep resetting Windows, hoping that he'll stop talking about fucking fish. There you go.
I'm looking for my strongest belt so I can end my life in my closet because you won't shut up.
I thought he was joking.
There you go with the fucking fish again.
we thought you were making a joke, man. We were like, there fucking goes again about the fish.
No, Micah.
Mr. Frank asked, and then it's like, what's up with this Brad guy? He's been so quiet and normal.
Yeah, Ben, what do you got going on? What's coming out next? What do you got coming out?
My next plan is to release another poetry collection sometime in the next couple months. The title for it is Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah. It's a collection of poetry, but it's also more experimental texts and like scripts for plays and like this sort of outline for a comedy sketch show idea that I have. But I think it reads well as like the way it's written, so I'm kind of putting it in there because I do like the idea of telling stories and such through text that usually don't that usually aren't thought of as like a means to do that.
Have you ever heard my I did it at Bizarro Hour, but it's also in one of my collections. Have you ever seen my the story I did that all takes place inside of a TV guide?
I haven't heard that, no, but that does sound really.
Yeah, it's this fucked up. It involves Bill Nye. It involves Bill Nye and an intergalactic alien takeover, and it's all happening through a TV guide synopsis.
That's really cool. There's this one artist. I think her name's Laurie Anderson, but I'm misremembering that. But she apparently has like a one-woman play, which is like a recount of an alien invasion that's told like entirely through like ticker headlines that you would see like on like Fox News or something like that. I think that's a really cool idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you guys ever seen that movie? What is the name of that movie? Where the aliens invade, but they do it through sound. They do it through words, and it's the whole movie takes place in a radio studio.
Oh, Pontypool.
Pontypool, yeah, it's a cool fucking movie. Cool concept for a horror movie.
Yeah, I think isn't that like a zombie movie though? Technically,
I guess the virus, yeah, that's transmitted through words turns people psychotic. So I don't think you ever see, not a single one of them. I don't think you ever see the physical effect that it has on people. You just know that it turns them into violent psychopaths, and it's the entire society is thrown into chaos because of it.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of takes the William S. Burroughs idea that language is an alien virus, literally, and that sounds pretty cool. I've been wanting to see both the movie and read the book. I've heard the book's really good.
I didn't even know it was a book. I've just seen the movie. It's a really cool movie.
Yeah, I think the book is like called Pontypool Saves Us All or something like that.
There's that. What was that other one where they're? I don't know. It was like the squid aliens, and they had to decipher the language. What the fuck?
That was. What the fuck was that? It was recent.
Yeah, last few years.
Oh,
they went up into the ship. It was like a
it's not Audition. What's the name of that movie?
Oh my god!
It's just one word.
They had glyphs. Their language of glyphs.
Yeah, they had to try to translate it. It was a cool movie.
It sounds similar.
It was very Lovecraftian in that once they got into the gravity and there's like non-Euclidean geometry inside the ship.
Yeah. It was like code breaking and stuff. I think it was very different, very entertaining. For like
Arrival, is that what it's called?
Arrival, yeah, something to that effect. Arrival, something to. How about more recently? Did you see the what the fuck, the Platform? Did you watch that?
I've seen it on Netflix, and I saw that you watched it.
Yeah, that movie was like really fucked up. Like it's got some, I would say like some plot holes, but like it's so fucked up, and its concept is really fucking good. And it's Spanish, like it's actually a Spanish, like from Spain movie, so it's overdubbed. You don't know it because it's, you don't have to read subtitles or anything. They just overdub it, through Netflix. But my God, like the concepts and everything are so fucking, it's really different and strange and very fucking cool. Even like as you're watching it, you're picking up on like some plot holes and stuff, but it's still fucking really intense and cool and different.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, I'm also working on another novel. The title of the novel is Sailors on a Sea of Sex. It's a bizarro erotica sea story.
Excellent. Nothing better than bizarro erotica. That was my specialty. That was my forte, sir.
Do you not, Ben? Do you not like? You don't shy away from that bizarro word when you want to market things?
No, I mean, I'll call something what it is. Like I was a bit hesitant to call like Story of the Y that, because to me that was just more magic realism.
Mm-hmm.
My second book, Elaine, I've seen a couple people call it bizarro, and I have no idea why. To me, it's just a straight up horror book.
Bizarro writer.
Yeah, those books are kind of interchangeable. It's more about the scene you hang out in than the actual genre of the fiction you write. Because a lot of people, I mean, you guys all know that like even the genre definition of bizarro is like no one can agree on what the fuck that even means.
Nobody knows.
I've never even heard that word until I started talking to you. Like again.
Yeah.
And then we'll call things bizarro adjacent as well.
Yeah.
But Ben, like from what I've been seeing, like the feedback, it almost looks like with Elaine, it seems a very, very like love-hate relationship with that book in particular.
Yeah, I kind of knew it would get that reception, especially with the ending, which is definitely very up in the air and very unusual. I don't know if you've ever read Jim Thompson, but especially his book Savage Night, but that was a huge influence on the ending.
Yeah, no, I've not read it. I'm just like by the Goodreads nature of things, it's like a 2 or a 5. Like it's very swings both ways. There's not a lot of middle ground on the reviews I'm seeing you getting back from it.
Yeah, I mentioned this before, but my favorite review on there is a 2-star review that just says no.
I think I've seen you share that before, but that's great because I don't get that at all for Catcoin. Like, I don't know. I think I have like one review from Justin Walker. Like, that's all I got. Like, I got nothing. Like, at least you're getting some sort of feedback. That's awesome.
It's so hard. Again, it's like I was talking about earlier with the early days of MySpace and YouTube, where they were starved for content. Goodreads, when it first popped up on the scene, was starved for content. People were they would review anything and everything on there. Now it's so saturated with content that it's like pulling fucking teeth. If you want to know, like Frank, you're not alone. Go look at Carlton Mellick's first few novels that have like thousands of reviews. And then look at his new stuff that might have 8.
Yeah.
Not just you, it's everybody.
It's rough and it's really weird, like myself as a writer, because I don't know, I have this feeling personally as a reader, I guess, for reviews. It's like, God, I gave you my fucking money. Like now you want you always got those fucking writers out there like writers live and die on reviews and they're so important. You got to give me your like they fucking guilt trip you into your fucking views, and I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that author, so I don't want to fucking hound you into reviewing my shit. And I left it alone a lot for the first few books, but the last two books I've did like the final page you'll see is just like my fucking personal note to the readers. Like, it's not like you don't owe me shit. Thank you for your fucking money. Thank you for your time. But like I implore you to leave a review because you're a reader and you want to express yourself to other readers. That's why I'm imploring you to review, and I don't do it as a writer, and I'm not imploring you as like this is how we live and die on our fucking reviews, and we need reviews, or there's the fucking Amazon algorithm. Fucking readers don't give a shit about that stuff. But when I personally review a fucking thing, it's because like this is the experience I've gone through, and 99% of what I fucking actually read is not like. It's not popular fiction. It's very indie fiction. So I feel a duty in reporting back to other readers what my experience was of the book, and fuck Zach and his posh reviewers and all that stuff. And I love the shit out of Zach.
Reviews are fake and gay, bro.
Yeah, fucking fake and gay. But I love Zach and like. I still struggled. He's been so many episodes trying to prove his point, but I just don't get it. Like because of where I'm coming from with my reviews. Like I review anything I do, even as a writer, I still review things as a reader, and I'm reporting back to readers whenever I review anything I've read to this day. So, that's sort of the appeal I give anymore at the end of my books. And it bears out that nobody gives a fuck, the readers still don't share that. But, I hope that they would, because that's whether I don't know it's hard. I used to rely on reviews a lot more before I was a writer. Whether what's the this sounds like a cool book, but let me get a gauge of whether I really want to dive into this or not. And I think more and more as I dove into indie fiction, that became more important to me. And as an indie writer, it became less important to me. But there is an importance to reviewing a book, but it's as a writer, you bought my book. I don't hand them out like candy, so I know majority anybody who reads my book has purchased some at some level. So I don't expect a lot out of my readers, but it's just like I would hope that you would review this as a consideration to other fellow readers. That's kind of like where I stand on things with reviewing, posh or not.
It's interesting that you say that as a reader, and reading indie lit, like you don't necessarily trust the synopsis of a writer or pitch of the writer. You want the readers to kind of assure you that this isn't a waste of your time. I have honestly never used a reader's review as a basis on whether or not I'm going to buy and read a book, or watch a movie or anything. What I use reviews for is once I've consumed that content, whether it be a movie or a book or a comic, whatever, and I have this urge to like express how it made me feel, then I go to the reviews, and then I want to know, how did this affect other people? Is this a shared experience? Or am I affected by this uniquely in my own way? It's always like that. I don't think that reviews are useless, but I always use them afterwards as I'm digesting and trying to figure out how I feel emotionally about what I just read or watched. then I go to reviews. But I don't care what people think about a book before in fact, I consider it almost spoilery to see how other people feel about a thing before I know how I feel about it.
I get what you're saying, and like in the moment, I don't have a specific example, but let's just say there's something like everybody's talking about a book, and they've been talking about it 1, 2, 3 months or whatnot, and then you finally pick it up, and you're like, I am not feeling, I am not feeling what the sentiment has been, after the immediate release, because that's when obviously that's when you generally get the feel of what's out there, like when things are released probably within the first 3 months, and I'm like, I'm not getting that. And so you'll like often, I guess it's those bigger indie authors, shall we say, just everybody's talking about, everybody's thinking this is great, and I'm reading this, I'm like, I'm not feeling the vibe that everybody's putting out there on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. And that's when I start looking at reviews, and I'm like, I'm more than halfway through this. I kind of give it a chance. I don't start looking at let me at least get halfway through this thing. And it's like, I'm just not feeling it. Everybody's like, fuck yeah, I would blow this guy because he's fucking so good. And you're reading this, I'm like, dude, you're gonna blow, like, you might as well blow me twice because I could write twice as well as this guy. So you start looking at the reviews, and you're like, I don't know, I'm not getting that. And you start picking out. That's when you start looking for the fucking, everybody's 4 or 5, 4 or 5, 4 or 5. And you want the 2? Where's the 2 guy? And he's like,
Where's
yeah,
that
because
motherfucker?
it didn't happen. I'm like, yeah, I'm with the fucking 2 guy here. Like, all right, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna finish this out, and I'm gonna wind up at 2 or 3 or some shit. Like, that's kind of how I anymore, like, nowadays, like, review things. Like, I'll try to ignore the reviews as best I can, and or I'll wait until I'm done, until I review something, if I'm getting a set. But if it's really a strong, everybody's like, this is the fucking most amazing book of 2020, and I'm like, this is like half an ass of a book. And that's when you start like looking, and you're like, dude, we're all getting blowjobs tonight if you think this is the fucking
get out
the right blowjob
night.
But it is. There's no doubt that my reviewing process changes as, when I was just purely a reader, as opposed to when I'm also seeking out reviews myself for my own work. There's definitely a difference.
It's been so long. I don't say this arrogantly, but it's been so long since I wasn't a creator that I really can't remember how I watched movies or read books before I was making movies and writing books. So to me, it's like, it's just always been the case. Like, I've always consumed art as an artist. So I'm always looking at things through both the lens of just being entertained as the audience, but also that critiquing lens of like, maybe I could have done this better, or holy shit, I would have never thought to do something this cool. That's just kind of with me. That's just how it's so normal and commonplace that's just sort of how I watch movies and read books.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, I guess, made a name for myself doing reviews. So I've been looking at books from that perspective for a long time now, like pretty close to like 6 or 7 years at this point. So I mean, I can see why someone like Zach would be disillusioned with the whole reviewing process, because there is like a lot of like, oh, give me this free book and I'll hype you up, and that'll help my name. I try to be honest with my reviews. I try to, I rarely give bad reviews because I try to consider things on their own merit, and there are very few things I read that I actively like dislike. But I can also, like, I've had publishers and authors like badger me to like review something. So I definitely don't want to be that guy who is just like, look, people, I cannot come unless I go on my Goodreads every day and see a new review on there. I don't want to, be that guy. But I just kind of, I do, like, if I'm like doing like, I don't know, a giveaway or something, I will say like, reviews are appreciated, because I do think those pay off in the long run.
Well, where do you fall as far as the you say you made the name for yourself as a reviewer. Where in the context of as a reviewer, where do you? I'm trying to figure out how to word this. How do you contextualize those reviews? Do you write those reviews with the expectation that a potential reader is going to look to your review for reassurance that it's a good book to read, or you're warding away a reader that shouldn't waste their time on a book that you think is bad? Or are you the kind of, when you're writing your reviews, do you write them looking for a guy like me who is going to come to your review after I've consumed the art, and I'm sort of looking for a communal experience to figure out if anybody else has the same point of view and attitude and feeling about this art that I did when I watched it? Do you, as a reviewer, are you writing a review for someone to read before they read the book, or after they read the book?
I've never really considered that, to be honest. I think it's probably more like before, because to me, like, the point of reviewing small press, self-published, and just generally obscure books is to, just aware that they exist and make them think it's something worth seeking out.
Either wave them in or wave them off, right?
Right. Like when I was writing for Culture Vultures, and they're kind of on hiatus because of the China virus has dropped their advertising revenue to basically nothing. So right now they're only working with on-staff editors rather than contributors. But that was a relatively mainstream publication, and it's nice to be able to bring books that I don't think otherwise would have gotten attention onto there.
Yeah, that's cool. Do you think that this I've seen some really crazy speculation about post coronavirus world that publishing is going to, because you remember 10 years ago digital was the future of everything publishing, and then as time went on it was like maybe half and half. And then as we get further and further out from like the glory days of digital, of the Kindle and the Nook and all that, it's sort of falling off. People are sort of going back to sort of traditional paperback books, and I've seen a lot of speculation that that's going to turn around again. And now, because of I guess the idea being that we're not going to want to pack warehouses full of people to ship physical books and to print them at like Amazon warehouses that do print on demand, printing and shipping of paperback books, that all those operations are going to be scaled back. And then there's going to be a new sort of emphasis put on digital consumption of fiction. Do you guys see that as a possibility? Because I really don't. I think it's silly to think that this virus is going to stay with us forever. I think it's a flash in the pan. It's going to be here and gone. It's something we talk about in the past quickly.
Yeah, I think it's eventually going to go away. I think what's happening with publishing is kind of what happened with music. I think like a lot, the mainstream, the majority are probably going to still do digital in the same way that a lot of people are doing Spotify or download or buying off Amazon or whatever. I don't think people even buy MP3s anymore, but people who are like really, really into music are the ones who buy vinyl and cassettes and sometimes CDs. So I think that's how it's going to be. Like, people who are just really into reading are going to be the ones buying most of the physical books.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same camp as, like, we're the time we're in is so unique right now with the shutting down of economies and stuff like that. But there's no question, like there's another side to this, and where that comes when the economy opens, slow roll, big roll. I mean, it all hinges on like when we get the vaccine for COVID-19, and the vaccine for COVID-19 will come. And I think that's the big factor. And whether that's 6 months away, 3 months away, 12 months away, and dictates how quickly we can get back to interacting socially. I mean, that's the biggest dictation. So I don't know. I've seen the articles of ebook. It's a boom for ebooks, or like no books are not getting sold. I can only go off of what I've seen, and I've seen, like I said earlier in this broadcast, March 9th. I was doing well. I had a new book out at the end of February. Everything was rolling wrong just nicely, like an independent publisher like myself would report everything's going well, and all of a sudden, kaboom! March 10th, gone. All sales, everything gone. Poof.
I've sold one print. I've sold one print since all this started.
Yeah, and it's not it's comical. I'm sure it's across the board because especially with print books, in my personal experiences, is like, as this thing hit America, as things were closing down, as the economies are ramping down, you saw a great deal of publishers and self-publishers of like, oh, things are going to be tough. People are losing their jobs. Here's my book for free. Here's my book. There was one publisher gave away goddamn better than 50% of their titles away for free without really consulting their authors on the thing. But there were a great deal, as this thing ramped into the quarantine that we're in, across not only the country but across the world, that gave away their books for free, and the market was fucking flooded with free books. And this is not weird fiction, that is not horror fiction, this is across the board. My wife could give a shit less about horror, sci-fi. My wife loves that Twilight romance, whatever the fuck. She loves the shit out of it. Same shit was happening there across the board. Everybody was giving away their shit for free because they worried about fucking humanity being stuck inside. And look, I'm the last person that's gonna accuse like you being, don't be a dickhead for giving away everybody. Like, I understand the sentiment of giving away, like it was a knee-jerk reaction, like it, and we're well into a month into this thing, so we all understand that was a knee-jerk reaction. But you flooded the market across the fucking board, across all genres. The markets were flooded with free books. That is why it has nothing to do with coronavirus. It has to do with fucking free books getting flooded into the market. That is why my sales tanked. That is why my Kindle Unlimited page reads tanked. If there's one thing I can count on any given month, it's that I will get some fucking people in Kindle Unlimited reading my books. They don't need to read my books. There's so much free shit flooded into the market across the board.
Yeah.
And I'm in such a tiny market, as we all are, that it tanked across the board. And it is going to take a while for that to recuperate. Apart from restarting economies, apart from people, nobody's that is out of a job needs a book to read because they've been given 75 fucking free books. If you read 75 free books in fucking 4 months, God bless your ass. Please give me your Trump stimulus check on Catcoin for a fucking $2 or whatever it's good. Like, really, you know what I'm talking about? Like, that's what we faced. It's not the ramping down of the economy that killed shit for authors and publishers in this COVID economy. It's the fucking publishers themselves who and the authors, self-publishers. Nobody's fucking. If you gave your book away for free in March or the beginning of April, you're fucking guilty of the fact that you can't go, here's my shit for free, and then on the same token go like, Jesus Christ, I'm a fucking starving author and creative, and you need to fucking give me money, and here's my Patreon. You can't do that in the same breath. And they all did it. Am I not? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I gotta be wrong,
I gave away Beetle Brain for 5 days.
right? I'm a dickhead,
Yeah,
right? No wrong.
I gave away a lane too, but I make shit off my fucking books.
You're fucking guilty as charged.
I didn't give away anything.
I'm guilty of a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. Including giving. I'm look. I yell that, but like I fucking cashed in on 75% of those fucking free gifts. So I'm not like
he's bitching about it. He's downloading the shit.
You ruined my market, but let me fucking cash in on all these free books now. Like I'm not saying I didn't fucking back off because I cashed in on all those free books, but you didn't see Mr. Fred giving away no fucking books for free.
I was gonna do, actually, to be honest with you, when we talked about that, I think, yeah, you were on here. You came on this show and you were saying the same thing, and I had already set up Beetle Brain to give away for free.
Yeah,
I've often done a mass giveaway where I've got like 15 books on Amazon. I'll fucking set up all every day and give them all away for free. And I thought about doing the same thing, but after that conversation we had on the show, I was like, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just leave it at one book.
You know, it's one thing to do it when nobody expects it, and there's like, hey, there's one fucking book for free right now. Fuck yeah. And it's another thing when on the entire planet, like, holy shit, everything is free right now. We can read for the, like, you know, hey, God bless, you know, humanity. Humanity didn't need the free giveaway of whatever the fucking emergency library was, because everybody already gave shit away. We didn't need the free library. Everybody gave it away for free. But it hurt the market. It hurt the market for good, bad. I don't know if that, you know, time will tell if that was good or bad or not. But it hurts my fucking pocket right now. But I have a real, I'm essential personnel, you know. My job that pays the bills is still paying the bills, and I'm not out of work. So that's the position I'm coming from, also, in all fairness.
Yeah, I'm pretty lucky.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty lucky because not only am I able to work from home with my job, but they've been encouraging me to do overtime. So while everyone else is struggling, I'm doing just fucking fine.
Yeah, I'm making more money now than I've ever made in my life with my essential job. I feel for guys like somebody like a Brian Keene or a Carlton Mellick right now who make their entire living off of fiction. It's got to be really nerve-wracking right now.
Right. Yeah,
and those guys,
I would hope they have a nest egg for situations like this.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to look at. Like, there were no free Brian Keene fucking books in all this, right? That's the truth. That, like, that's what you got to look at. Like, the people actually who are making their bank off of writing books. I didn't see those people actually giving away freaking free books. You know, it was other people, but it was still enough. I mean, it definitely affected the market. Yeah,
I'm at a place where I've got this card game just itching to release this crazy cool fucking card game I made, and my original
correct call, by the way, before you go into it, but correct call.
What, to back off, to put the brakes on?
Yeah,
but you know, then we hit this point where everybody got $1,200 stimulus. I was like, well, this week is the week. I should go ahead and pull the trigger because people are going to be spending this money recklessly for this week, and then it's going to be gone again, and then we're really going to hit the downturned economy after that. But I still I'm not ruthless enough in trying to beg people for money to do that right now. But I don't know when the time to actually go back to market is. I really don't. I don't know when to do it.
My perception on it is like I said before. It's not that stimulus checks are there. There's better money to spend it on. You have to wait for disposable income to be back there again. Like, and I said, like put that shit out now, and I'll buy 2 fucking decks of it. Like, I have money, right? I'm still working, and I have money. I'm unaffected, really. And if actually, just because of the nature of my work, like I'm really unaffected by the money.
Yeah, I'm making
but-
a fucking shitload of money.
But to your point of holding it back, like, yeah, like not everybody's in that position. So I think you made the correct call, especially since you were doing like Indiegogo and stuff. I think that would have fell flat on his face to try to launch into that in the face of this. So
The thing that really sucks about that is I have to have that month. Like, it's going to cost so much money to print those decks. I have to do it that way. I can't just pull the trigger, stack my house full of card decks, and then like hope for the best. Like, I have got to do a crowdfunder to pay for that printing because
it's different. It's different than a comic book.
They're way more expensive.
Yep.
Those decks are going to cost to buy the game. I think it's going to cost $25.
And how many? Like, what am I going to get? I've got money now, so I'm trying to gauge. So I get a core deck. Like, I'm going back MTG. Like, you know me, I'm an MTG guy, right?
For $25, you get 100. You get 108
core
cards
game and boosters. Like, I get boosters, right? Like, if we get enough
for
people,
an extra $10. So it's going to be like 25 for the core deck. It's 108 cards. You get the box. You get a cool fold out, full color rule book, and you get your 108 cards from the core deck for 10 more bucks. You get the two.
Talk to me about boosters.
Yeah, they're 18 card booster packs, and they are expansion packs is what we call them, and they are their own theme. So one of them has the theme from the Dead Shit comic book, and the next one has a theme from the upcoming Cockhammer Lives comic book, and then each of the, I made sure that the expansion cards are going to have some really powerful cards in them that really throw the balance of the game off because you're going to be because you have to spend an extra $10. I don't expect you to spend that $10 and get some throwaway cards with some cool art. Not only do they have cool art, but they are really powerful cards. So
I need to dominate. I need to dominate in this fucking smoke weed game.
Yeah, well,
and another $10, 35 on fucking wrecking ass, right?
Yeah, 35, you get about 150 cards. It's a gigantic fucking deck of cards, and it's different from Magic in that it's not randomized, so you're not building a custom deck. You're playing whoever you want to play against. You plop that deck down, and you both draw from it. And you'll see in the rules and everything that it all feeds on itself. You're playing out of the discard pile. You're playing out of the deck. You're going in and searching for combos and playing out of each other's hands. And it's way more handsy. It's way more handsy than Magic the Gathering, because Magic the Gathering it's kind of like you play out of your own discard pile. You play out of your own deck, and it's sort of like two closed off systems that sometimes interact with each other. Sometimes you can steal a creature from your opponent. Sometimes you can play a card against with Strangeville Smokeweed. Everything touches everything. You can steal the weed from your opponent, and the weed is what you use to cast your cards. It's your currency and your life. So you can steal life from your opponent. You can steal creatures and spells and go into the deck and search and play through the deck, play through the discard pile, and it's all incestuous and it's all happening at once, and all of it's falling on top of each other, and you don't have to worry about like mixing your cards with somebody else's cards, and like and Magic cards are really expensive in some cases and rare, so like you're like really like anxious about like, okay, you can play, use your own card to represent the fact that you got my card. You ain't touching my fucking Black Lotus or whatever fucking.
You're goddamn right.
With Strangeville Smokeweed, it's all from the same deck, so it doesn't fucking matter. And there's
it doesn't matter. It's got to matter. Kevin Strange, can I put these into card sleeves? Can I double sleeve these motherfuckers? Yes, that's what I need. I need double sleeve. I need booster packs. And then are we getting like Christmas time? Am I gonna get like a Nixon Hogan smoke weed booster box?
Yes, they'll be continuous.
Feel exclusive.
There will be continuous, exclusive, weird,
like the Godzilla shit going on now. Like fuck Godzilla. I need like a Nixon and Hogan, like a bent Santa Claus ass penis attack card or some shit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I need. I want to have that. I want to double sleeve that shit. Like, fuck you. Look at this shit. Look at my fucking bent ass Santa Claus. Fucking Hogan, smoke that shit.
I can't wait. I can't wait to put it out. It's so much fun to play, and the cards are funny as fuck. Like you're gonna laugh your ass off at the card description and the pictures. Hang on, I'm gonna go grab. Hang on, I'm gonna go grab it.
Yeah, you go grab it. I'm gonna go pee. I'll let you grab it, and then you all look. Brad's got a whole page. There's like 3% left to even fill in on his page.
Yeah, I'm completely.
It's just gonna be a black page by the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm bringing that up, and we're gonna check. You keep noodling at it there.
Yeah, just going back and redoodling things that are already doodled.
What are you gonna use this for?
I actually have like I said, a story that I'm thinking about trying to put together. I'll probably use it more as like a mini comic, and see what happens with it. To be honest, the thing that's been in my brain the most that I want to do is like an old school zine that's just centered around weirdo art and then weirdo stories. And like, do you remember like when we were young and how cool certain zines could be? Like Big Brother was a really rad one.
Yeah.
There was my brain's falling apart right now. What was that one that was Pork? I think is what it was called.
Yeah.
Pork. But then even like Mad Magazine, stuff like that. Like I want to put together some sort of cool like collective zine that would just be weird art, weird stories, weird pictures. And but this is like a picture of a weird kind of like mini story I've been thinking about that's just about these weird kind of like degenerate skateboard mutant looking kids that terrorize this little town, and there's aliens and like government conspiracies and all kinds of shit going on, and they kind of, I don't know, like stumble their way through all these different, like, you know, they like solve problems in the city but on accident and shit like that, you know. But that's what this is, just like concept art for some weird idea.
It's pretty fucking cool, man. Yeah, it would make a great like double page, like a, what do you call that, wraparound cover for a zine.
Yeah, well, and I have an art book I'm getting ready to release too in the next probably month or so, and I don't have really an idea what I'm going to do for the cover of it yet. So, but yeah, I've been really thinking about how cool it would be to have a little zine, and I have all this shit here to fucking print it. You know, I could print that shit here. Just all it would take is art and stories, and then sitting down and laying all the pages, you know, putting it all together, and I could print it straight from here now. So, and that cuts a lot of cost out, dude, when you can print it by yourself. You know?
Yeah, I'm curious because, like, often with Magic the Gathering, like the card stock itself is an issue. Like speak to the card stock. Yeah, I opened it up and all my cards are bent. Speak to the card stock you've chosen.
This is professional grade card stock. That the interior of these cards have what's called either a blue core or a black core.
That's the difference of a playing card to just a collectible card.
So as you can see, you can bend it all the way down and it pops back. That's the blue core inside of the card stock. So it's a nice...
What allows you to be able to shuffle a deck of cards.
Yeah. It's a nice thick card stock that bounces back. So these are professional playing cards. These are exactly what a deck of cards from a casino would be.
Poker with, pretty much.
Yes, they're professional poker level cards, but they're custom, obviously, and they're so this is what the back of the cards look like. Strangeville Smokeweed. They all look like this. Strangeville Smokeweed, the card game, and then this is a weed. This is a weed card. This is a skinny joint, and it's good for one weed. And these, you start off with 5 of these in play, 5 1 weeds in play at the beginning of the game, and that's how you use. This is what you use to bring out your characters or play your spell.
And that picture on there is literally what it looks like after what you look like after smoking 1 weed. They should put that in PSAs.
Some of the fun cards in the deck are like Butthole Bargain. you let let me read this. You let your girl show target character under your opponent's control her butthole. You didn't even have to do that shit. Take control of that motherfucker till the end of turn, and it costs 5. So what Butthole Bargain allows you to do is, if you got a character, your opponent has a character out in play that's giving you problems, you can cast Butthole Bargain for 5 weed and take that character over till the end of the turn. So that's just one cool card.
It would take me 5 joints to allow you to expose your girlfriend's butt to somebody else.
For 3 weed, you got Bum Coming. Target character gets ambushed by the cum bums and loses the ability to attack until the end of the turn. So if you've got again, your opponent has a character that's giving you a bunch of problems. For 3 weed, you can throw this bum cum at him and stop him in his tracks. We have another cool action card called Psychic Crabs. For 7 weed, what does it say? It says, search the tome. That's the deck. Search the tome for a character or action card and put that card in your hand. So the Psychic Crabs allows you to go, if you're looking for a combo, you got maybe one character out and another character, they do a combo together. Psychic Crabs will help you go in there and speed that process up in finding that character. Some of those characters that are partner characters, like Steve-O McQueenie here, he has a 1 attack and a 1 defense, kind of like Magic the Gathering. But it says partner character on him.
Yeah.
If Steve-O and Shaniqua are in play together under your control, and Satan is in your hand, sacrifice Steve-O and Shaniqua to conjure Satan for no cost. And Satan is actually a pretty costly. I've got him right here. He's a pretty costly character. So being able to just sacrifice those 2 and bring him out is pretty cool because he costs 7 by himself. So there's Satan. And then it says you must remove a character from play on your side to put Satan into play in addition to his regular casting cost. So you got to kill a character on your side just to bring Satan out. So being able to use that Steve-O and Shaniqua combo gets Satan out for free, and you don't have to worry about sacrificing anybody else because you already did sacrifice Steve-O and Shaniqua. So there's all kinds of these crazy combos, and you might not have you might not have the right partner card because your opponent might have it, since everybody plays out of the same deck. So there are cards in there that allow you to there's like a card called Posse Up that allows you to if a character that would be a partner character to one you have in play on your opponent's side, you play Posse Up and you get to steal it from them. So it's a really dynamic game. It's just each turn is just back and forth craziness of going through each other's hands, going through the deck, going through the discard pile, and really giving each other hell.
So if I understand this correct, like I don't even have to have like me and my boy buy a deck apiece. Like I can just buy one deck and 2 player ready to go, 3 player, 4 player ready to go.
Yep. I recommend that if you just buy the 108 starter deck, that it's just you keep it at 2 players. You can do 3, but you're going to run out of cards after maybe 6 turns. But if you buy the expansions that come with it, and you end up with the 140 whatever cards, 146 or 48, you can play as many. You can play up to 4, maybe 5. I would leave it at 4. I would say this is a 2 to 4 player game, and I recommend the 3rd and 4th player only if you have booster decks or expansion packs to throw in there with it.
Now, what if I bought like 2 starter decks? Like, could I combine them, or it doesn't really work?
It's all the same cards, so they're not randomized. So if you bought 2 decks and tried to put them together, you're just making a bigger deck with all the same exact cards in it.
Yeah.
Can you do that? Yes.
Yeah.
Is there really any point in doing it? Not really.
Okay. Unless I wanted like 8 people to play or something like that.
Yeah. Like if you bought 2 starter decks and slapped them both together into one big 216 card deck, you can play with as many motherfuckers as you want to. You won't run out of cards. But even if you do run out of cards, like it just means that you've discarded everything. All you do when you draw the last card of the deck is you just flip the discard pile back into the deck and start over.
So that's what sort of separates it from Magic in a way. And I don't understand whatever those other card games are. Like I've been a Magic guy the whole way. So whatever this other, I don't even know the name of the other fucking card game, Yu-Gi-Oh and all that shit. But like I buy this deck and it's good. Like we're good. It's like exploding kittens. Like we just all play off of one deck. Bang, we're good to go. We can have a nice fucking night drinking beers and fucking playing smoke weed.
Absolutely. That's what it's designed for.
Gorgeous.
That's what it's designed for. For you slap down the deck, everybody gets started. The rules are seamless if you've played Magic before, and if you've ever taught someone from scratch who's never played Magic before, you can teach them this game in 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to teach Magic anymore. It's become so
it's gotten huge. But like if 2 people sit down and they've never played Magic before and they pick up this game and try to play it from scratch, it's going to be it's going to be tricky. But you know what? We all had to learn Magic at one time too. Like
right.
I can't make this game any easier than it already is.
Is that what your game theory is? Is your game theory all based off of Magic the Gathering, essentially?
Yes. I took what I liked about Magic the Gathering and I threw away all the stuff that I think is really fucking annoying about Magic the Gathering. Yeah. And I tried to make a game that was a dumbed down, simplified version of Magic that doesn't have any of the stuff I don't like about it.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I've seen your playtest videos and everybody like it looks like a cool ass fucking game. And like you said, if you understand Magic, you can probably pick up smoke weed and understand it pretty quick, and that's super appealing to me. So somebody who understands Magic the Gathering like a motherfucker.
Yeah, the biggest hurdle I've found with people that don't know Magic is just trying to like the concept of a character like hang on, let me switch my camera.
Yeah, one of the things I've seen is like Slat. You're talking about it costs 7 mana to do this, but it had like a 6/4 in the corner. Like I understand kind of what that means.
You understand that, but like trying to get somebody to, when I've got like Steve-O out there and Satan out there, Slugflesh Nixon out there, the whole mechanics of a turn of like, say these are characters that are against each other, like saying, Satan's going to attack you and he's a 6/4 and Steve-O is a 1/1. So Steve-O dies automatically, but the damage from Satan doesn't carry over to the player. Right. So it's just,
you don't have trample.
So this card gets discarded, and then this card is you can't block. Yeah. Say this is over here, and it's the next turn. Satan can't block because he attacked last turn. Right, trying to teach people those little mechanics kind of tricky, but once they get it, they get it.
Do you have 6/4 trample Satans?
There are different kind of cards that will produce a similar effect to trample, but I call it all something different, and it's got, again, everything is a little bit different than Magic. None of it plays exactly the same. Like even even your mana, your land cards in Magic, they only represent land.
Your weed cards is essentially your
weed cards also represent life.
Yeah.
So they're your land and your life. So you only start the game with 5 life, but then you're dropping a weed card every turn.
Oh, so when you tap out a weed card, you're kind of losing life by doing it.
No, not when you tap it, because you're not throwing it in the discard pile when you use like those cards that say like cost 3 weed to cast this. Yeah. You're not throwing it away, you're just tapping it. So the beginning of your next turn, those come back and you can draw from them again. But when your opponent hits you, say your opponent hits you for 4, you have to throw away 4 weed cards.
Oh, you lose. Oh, so you're losing mana. You're losing.
And life, because when you're down to no weed cards, you lose the game.
Right, and you're depending on drawing them from the communal pile to get more.
You're drawing them from the deck, but there are also cards that allow you to steal it from your opponent. There's a card like court mandated rehab, allow you to steal 2 weed cards of any type from your opponent and put them directly into play on your side. I actually played a game not that long ago with my friend Andrew, where he actually almost beat me just with weed stealing cards, not even characters attacking. Mm-hmm. He just hit me with a ton of weed steal combos and just crippled me, decimated me down to nothing, and was able to to pick me off pretty quickly, just by using the different, because there's a wide variety of card types. Some of them allow you to steal weed from your opponent. Some of them allow you to search the deck. Some of them allow you to buff up, make a character unblockable till the end of turn, or as you saw with cum bums, stop a character's ability to attack at all. So there's all kinds of cool ways you can branch off and win the game.
So maybe like instead of like with Magic, you would build your own personal deck around mechanics like you were talking about. But with this, it's this communal pile. You would maybe not build a deck around it, but you would retain or discard around certain mechanics to strategize a win.
Yeah. The way I recommend you build your strategy is like when you draw your first hand of cards, you'll have a pretty good idea if you've got a character heavy hand, if you've got a discard heavy hand, if you've got a weed stealing heavy hand, and that's what should drive you. Like the best way to play this game, like the way to play this game with the best game theory in mind, is to just follow the direction of the hand you draw. Mm-hmm. Whatever you've got the most of, follow that and use that to your advantage, and you'll win the game the fastest. And it's different because like every hand you draw is going to be completely different and random, and it's going to take you in a different direction.
I was gonna say, because now we're gonna get into like Bazong deep like interviewing, but like how much did you put a lot of like game theory research into this, or did you just kind of like take what you know from things like Magic the Gathering or whatnot and apply it to it and see how it all worked out?
Yeah, I pretty much just went with gut instinct because I've been playing Magic since I was 13 years old. I was part of that first wave in 1993 of Magic players, and I was really, really, again, a lot of things I say come off as arrogant. I don't mean to. I was a really, really good Magic player. Like intuitively, I just got the game. I understood the game mechanics and game theory of that game, even though nothing like it had ever existed before. I was like obsessed with Magic and obsessed with building combo decks and obsessed with like building themed decks. Like this is an artifact deck with no creatures. Everything that happens in this deck would be like, I would use like a vice and a rack and then a bunch of discard spells. So you would either take damage for having too many cards in your hand because I'd make you draw a bunch, or you'd lose life from having to discard because I'd use discard spells and make you discard a bunch. And so I would be able to beat you at Magic without having a single creature or character in my deck. Or I would have like a land destruction deck where the entire focus of all my characters and spells was to keep you from ever being able to play any mana at all. Every time you would put one out, I'd blow it up, and you just have a hand. You just be stuck there, just miserable, not able to play anything, hating me the whole time. So I was pretty advanced as far as game theory goes. So when it came time to make my own game, all I really had to do was just put that game theory to work.
You're the player that I like to refer to as that dick. back in the day, like you were talking about, like alpha, beta, third, fourth generation. Like I hated those people like that essentially bought the singles and built those decks, the stasis decks, the mill decks. Because I think back in the day of when you were talking about, I hated it. Like it was crippling, and there was no fun.
It's not fun to play that at all.
No. Like why am I playing this dickhead? Like, you know, we used to gather around like in a fucking diner, you know, and like fucking 8-10 of us, and just whatever we fucking bought at the mall and just fucking have fun just playing it. Like, and then there was that one dick who would like go to the fucking comic book shops and buy the fucking things and read the fucking what was that magazine, the fucking
what was it called, the Duel.
Whatever. Yeah, and he built the fucking deck, and he like, oh yeah, congratulations, you spent $30 and you fucking kicked my ass and knock us all out, and nobody's having fun playing the game. Fucking congratulations to you. And I got out of the game because of that, you know, as much as I could. And then years later, as Ixalan, you know, since we're geeking out, as Ixalan came out, and I had a buddy of mine who was like, who had played with me back in those days, and he's like fucking watching all these YouTube things. Like, I'm like, it's fucking cool. I'm like, get the fuck out of here with this fucking Magic shit. And we fucking both of us walk into a Walmart one day, and there's like a deck booster or a deck builder's kit, Exelon, $20, and we're like, I'm fucking 39, you're 38. We got fucking disposable income, fucking $20, nothing. And now, like, the fucking for the last, I don't know, 4 years, I'm back into this fucking game. it drives me nuts because I was out. It was like every time I get out, they fucking bring me back.
I refuse to play. My ex roommate plays Magic probably 2 or 3 nights a week with his friends, and I would sit there and critique their gameplay.
Yeah.
And they would always who's getting a phone call at 3 in the morning?
My lady's little sister.
Oh, okay. Telling you, get the fuck off the internet.
No,
3 in the morning.
talking about some sort of cat video or something, I'm sure.
What was I saying?
Yeah, about mocking people who play Magic the Gathering nowadays.
Oh yeah, I would just mock them at the table, and they would always tell me, "Well, if you're so good, sit down and fucking play." I'm like, it's like crack, dude. I'll never smoke crack again. I'll never play Magic again because I get stuck so deep into it.
That's why I can never have another fish tank because
Yeah, it's the same thing.
I'm one fish tank away from being a weirdo, that kind of weirdo.
Yeah. Like, but dude, fish tanks are so different now. There's different things. Like, it don't matter if you just fucking buy the fucking new fish tank. You're just in. It's like riding a fucking bike. Like, there was no.
Or you got this other asshole over here who's like, no, I took those fish tanks and took out all the stuff that you wouldn't like, so I've made it complete.
So wouldn't matter. You'd be stuck right back into it and fucking schooling all the old schoolers. Like, this it's how I fucking used to roll. Yeah, it's disgusting, but it also makes me excited for the smoke weed game. It sounds like the perfect combination between Magic the Gathering and more recently what I've played is Exploding Kittens. It sounds like a really good.
And you only have to buy the fucking thing once.
Right.
It's not cardboard crack. You buy the game, you can play the game. The game has infinite replayability all on its own without having to, and you will be able to buy expansion packs, but they are not necessary to the quality of the game at all.
Right. Yeah.
You'll keep an eye on the channel, Mr. Frank, because when I do finally go live with this game, I have a friend it's really weird. He's in comics.
Yeah.
And I follow his comic channel, and we talk on comics Twitter. But I found out just through casual conversation during one of his live streams, he placed 3rd in the very first Magic the Gathering World Tournament back in the 90s, 94, 95. And I've never talked to him about it. So when this game goes live and I'm shilling it on Indiegogo, I'm going to have Preston on, and we're going to talk about him placing fucking 3rd in the World Tournament. Very first one back in the 90s. So if I'm a good player, he's a great fucking player.
Yeah, that's sort of your bread and butter there. Those types of players. So if they can get behind the game and start talking about it, that's where you want to be.
Yeah, I'm going to send him a deck ahead of time, and then I'm going to have him on the show and have him talk about what he thought about my game, and then tell the whole history of him getting 3rd place in that tournament. Because that back in the day, I actually have a book. Hang on a second. I actually have this book. Since we're really geeking out about Magic the Gathering, have you ever heard of this book? Generation Deck.
Yeah.
Have you read it?
I have not read it. I am familiar with it though.
It goes into great detail about those first couple of years of tournaments and how fucking crazy the players were, how much they would fuck with each other and just do all kinds of just absolutely just crazy shit to each other that didn't have anything to do with Magic the Gathering. It had everything to do with like trying to psych each other out.
Oh yeah, it was crazy. It was they got into those Vegas like fucking doing that card magic almost like pulling. They were dealing the deck, but they were dealing one off the top. Like
like
game
Magic pride fighting, pretty much. Like
yeah. So I can't wait to talk to because none of the Magic, none of the comic people that he hangs out with give a fuck about Magic the Gathering, so they don't ever ask him about it. So I'm gonna have him on my show and just geek the fuck out about Magic and that whole scene when he was a part of it. How how those people, just firsthand account of how fucking weird those original Magic tournament players were.
My God, yeah. Tag me in that.
Yeah. I'll bring
it on that action.
I'll bring it.
I could easily fucking geek the fuck out on Magic the Gathering. I'm restraining myself now discussing smoke weed in accordance with Magic the Gathering.
When did Magic the Gathering actually come out?
93.
Yeah.
I actually didn't know it was that old because I didn't hear about it until I got into Yu-Gi-Oh when I was in high school.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! You're such a femme.
I got out of it pretty quickly.
But
I didn't realize that Magic was the first collectible card game. Yeah. I actually thought Pokemon was. Pokemon was a response to Magic.
Yep.
My brother played one with all his friends. It was a Gundam Wing card game.
Yeah, there were so many after, I don't know, was it 4th edition Magic? Like so many copycats, like you said, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon. There were so there. I remember
the popular thing was for any IP that had any name recognition at all had a fucking collectible card game.
Yeah, there was Star Wars. There was an entire store in the mall. I remember in the probably early to mid 90s that were just it just sold all these fucking collectible card games.
Well, it was all comic book stores became pretty much like Magic the Gathering card game stores with comic books too.
Yeah. It got to the point where they like I said, like where the guy was a dick. Like he would go to the comic book stores and buy these specific cards he needed to,
you'd drop $30 on it.
You want to spend $3 or $4 a pack and spend. You could spend $50, $100 and never get the card you need. But if you went to this comic book store, just gave the guy $40, you had the fucking card you need to destroy all. And
the way that the video games do it today too. It's like you pay to
win. Yeah.
The more you spend, the better ass you are.
That's how I was actually one of the first users of that first wave of users of eBay, and I used eBay to buy lots of Magic cards.
Yeah,
they would have just huge fucking random commons and uncommons, and we guarantee at least 10 rares, and you could buy a lot of 500 cards for $100. And so I would just buy boxes and boxes and boxes of cards from eBay.
It's ridiculous. Like I had my friend when we got back into it, the friend that got me back into it, that jerk off. He was all like we kind of checked out around. It was after Ice Age, but Ice Age was sort of the last major thing. And when he got back to it, he's like, I want to get all the Ice Age, and he would go on eBay and buy these lots of I could get 6,000 rares for $20, and you get this fuck, and I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. You're a complete fucking. I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. And I got back into it, but I go to things like Card Kingdom or TCG Player. And I'm like, I love the new Magic Arena, where you can play it online. You don't have to spend dime one. You can check out the cards and kind of work out your decks. And then when you see the decks you want to work out, okay, I'll go to TCG Player, buy these single cards, and just build my deck for $20, which is way cheaper than spending fucking $4 a pack praying that I get the cards that I need, which will never happen. Sure. I'll spend 6 times as much trying to get cards that way.
Oh, there's a whole secondary market for that too. When a new booster comes out, there's speculators that buy them all up, and so you're the likelihood, the odds of you being able to just get rare or good cards out of those new booster packs they're all gone.
The whole economy, the secondary economy that exists around those cards. It even cards that are we talk about commons and uncommons. There's the commons, and then they came up with a format with what they call it, pauper, where you can only use common cards in your pauper deck, and that essentially made common cards super expensive because they became so in demand on this pauper fucking format, like where a fucking 3-cent card all of a sudden became a $50 card because it was so in demand in this format. It's even the economy of it is crazy any longer.
Yeah, that game, that book, Generation Dex, goes into that too. Goes into the secondary economy, the tournament culture, of course, the origin of which is fascinating in and of itself. The origin of the game, where it started in a college, and the original artist group had all signed contracts to. They gave away their art super cheap, but got points and shares in Wizards of the Coast as a result. And then Magic blew up and became this global, gigantic $1 million company. And they were having to pay out. They were making millionaires out of artists that maybe did 20 pieces of art.
Yeah.
And so what they ended up doing was they ended up completely screwing those people over by basically saying, like, yeah, you get royalties on your art, but we don't want to use your art anymore. And that's why a lot of that iconic original art. A lot of that iconic original art from those first wave of Magic cards doesn't get used anymore, simply so that Magic doesn't have to pay royalty fees to those artists who did the work for like $50 a painting. And they did big 11 by 17 acrylic full color paintings that they would have sold for hundreds of dollars, and they were giving them to Magic for $50.
Yeah, you did the quintessential counterspell art, but we're in the 3rd edition reprinting that with new art because we have to pay that guy we don't want $1. We're paying you for that. Yeah, that's but that's, I mean, that would happen anywhere, you know. That's just the nature of it. Like, people got in on the ground of that, and who could ever have guessed that it would become what it has become. So yeah, of course they're gonna, and now it's Wizard of the Coast, but Hasbro owns Wizard of the Coast, so it's just a complete corporate multi-conglomerate thing, and they're going to China, and then in China they're faking the cards at the exact same fucking quality that they're printing them at, because they're printed out the same. It's just
there's a whole
lunacy.
There's a whole YouTube channel devoted to finding bootleg cards.
Yeah, it's absolutely, man. And then, like, of course, we always talk about author drama here and left and right wing stuff. Like, Magic the Gathering is no stranger to left and right wing politics, and and you have, I know you've brought up the quartering. I watched the quartering on YouTube. Jeremy's channel, the quartering, who just loves to dive into left and right wing politics and Magic the Gathering.
It's made himself a pariah of that community, the Kevin Strange of that community, as it were.
Yeah, it's all there. Nothing, everything old is the same again.
Well, that's why I brought all that up earlier. Like, it's such commonplace for that kind of behavior to happen, that drama and the gay ops and the whisper networks to happen now, that it's because it happens in Magic, it happens in comics, it happens in any subculture on the internet. It happened to me. I don't want to say that was like, it was definitely my first encounter with it, but Facebook, when Strange House blew up in 2012, I had only been on Facebook since 2009. Honestly, it was my rise to infamy or whatever, like I said, was through MySpace and YouTube, and that kind of whisper network gay op shit hadn't really started yet. And I'm not sure. I definitely wasn't the first victim of it, but it's interesting to me that it happened to me before I ever knew that it happened in any other community. It's only been now years later that I go, oh yeah, that happened to me. That's super common now. That's basically going to happen to everybody in an online community. But back when it was happening to me for the first time, I didn't know how to cope with it. I didn't know how to deal with it. I didn't know how to stop it. I didn't know how to counteract it, and I don't know how to. It took me a lot of years to cope with it. I spent a lot of years pretty depressed, trying to figure out how the fuck to resurrect my career.
All you had to do was start drawing comics.
Yeah, super easy. Just learn how to draw comics. No big deal.
Yeah, it kind of feels like you just have to kind of let people know. This looks like I don't care. I don't care. Say what you want.
Mhm.
I've had plenty of bitches talking behind my fucking back.
It's very true. Like to Ben's point, like I've noticed that like it seemed like a few years ago, like when you're fighting, like you were battling in them for like why? Like it was just a back and forth that never ended. And maybe the answer was to like not battle them at all. Like that
Yeah,
seems like the answer.
it would go like this: Kevin Strange is a piece of shit, and then I would put an article out on my website, like 3 reasons why Kevin Strange is absolutely not a piece of shit, and then they would come back with, "Why are you bragging about yourself, bro?" It was like there was no win. If I defended myself in any way, it was like there was no win. There's no way to. You literally just have to be like, "Cool story, bro," and move on with your life because there's no point in there's no point in fighting back because it doesn't help doesn't help the situation any. But I didn't know any of that. No, there's no fucking playbook. There's no how to survive a social shaming handbook. Maybe there is now, but there wasn't then.
Oh, there's that John Ronson book. So you've been publicly shamed.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's maybe I need to read that. I don't know if it's good.
No, you don't. It offers no solutions.
Oh.
It just offers exactly what like look, Kevin Strange went through this and Bob went through that. But like I read the book. I don't think it offered a solution. It just offered a fact that like anybody at any time could go through shaming, and you're gonna have to go through some shit. That's what I got out of the book.
Yeah. I actually saw John Ronson come here to talk in my city. It was pretty fascinating. He did talk about the catalyst for the book. It was like a woman who was like a vice president at a company or something. She had like 200 followers on Twitter, and she made a joke about like, I'm going to Africa. I hope I don't get AIDS. Ha! Just kidding. I'm white.
Yeah.
We don't get AIDS or something like that.
Yeah.
And then like someone from like fucking Gawker or one of those shitheads like retweeted it and fucking brought attention to it and wrote articles about it. And by the time like she got landed, she was this fucking pariah who'd been fired from her job.
Yeah, in the course of a
sounds
flight.
Sounds like she was taking some of Roseanne's Ativan. Roseanne's Ativan, it seems like, can cause racism.
That was Roseanne's excuse when she got canceled. Was I was on Ativan that night when I called that woman that clearly looks like an ape from Planet of the Apes. When I said she did,
then she was like, "It was the Ativan." Mm-hmm.
They're really. I mean, he brings up really interesting case studies, but it's not like he ever presents the solution for him. It's just like this happens. And Ben, I don't know. You haven't read that book. He brought up the journalist who was covering a guy who was basically spying. I guess he owned a motel and he was spying on his the occupants of it. There was like an entire secondary documentary I saw. Like
Boyer, is that what you're talking about?
Boyer. Yeah.
That too.
Yeah, that made me feel creepy as hell watching that. I was like,
but that was just like one of the things that was tackled in So You've Been Publicly Shamed, that book. And to get that deeper dive into one particular case that John Ronson tackled is it's even more illuminating and more illuminating on the fact that like you're kind of fucked if it happens to you. There's no good way to tackle it one way or the other. You could try it may backfire, you may not. There's just like it's just kind of on a case-by-case basis.
All I've ever tried to do, the only thing that I can do because it could happen, it's not like it only happens once and then you're safe from it for the rest of your life.
No,
it's going to happen to me again. And the only thing that I can do to sort of safeguard myself as much as possible and sort of pad myself and protect myself is to just not ever let there be anyone else that can take flack from anytime somebody comes after me. As long as nobody else can get hurt because of what's being said about me, then I feel okay. So that's why everything that I do now is completely 100% solo. I write the books, I illustrate the books, I color them, I publish them. I don't try to put anybody else in the line of fire so that the whisper networks and the gay ops can't ever hurt anybody else connected to me.
You can't. Yeah, I think the best offense is to never apologize, because like because like you and Jeremy in the case of Bizarre, you were the front line, you were the guys, you were the targets on your back, right? And so like you always speak to the people who talk to you privately and support you privately, never came out, to defend you or not. But I feel like I was always in your corner. At least I always gave you a platform, whether I agree with you or not. And believe me, like every time I had you on the podcast, I braced, like I clenched my asshole waiting for the ball to drop, because there was that possibility. But I didn't give a shit. And if it did come back at me, like I was not going to apologize. I will never have Kevin Strange on. I'm so sorry. I was never going to apologize for having you on. You know what I mean? And I was always confident in the conversation we had, the interview we conducted. Like there was nothing for me to apologize for. I understood you have controversial matters of opinion. I agreed with some of them, and I don't agree with others. But I wasn't blocking that from you, and we were having the conversation we had. I was never going to apologize for that. That was never going to be the case.
You mean that you can talk with someone that has a different point of view with you?
Yeah, amazing, right? Fucking mind fucking blown.
Holy
Here's the thing, like every time I embraced for that, it never fucking came. So it emboldened me more and more. Like, every time, like, I get a little bit like, Jesus fucking Christ, stop talking to him. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, like except for the fucking 500 fucking listens I got in 2 days.
To toot my own horn a little bit, though, I did fucking kick their asses pretty bad and had them turn on each other and started fighting each other pretty quickly. There was that after the Jeff Burke thing, after he got let go from Jedi and he started the. Even before that, though, there was that group of feminist women that were trying to go after Gary because
there was all. Yeah, I mean, there was.
I turned them all. I got them to quit focusing on me and start focusing on each other for a while.
Right, you got somebody else involved in the thing, but like, it came back to the point where like I said, when I entered Jeff Burke, and it's right there. You listen to Bazong, Jeff Burke, and I said, doesn't it suck that it turns out that Kevin Strange was right, and even he had to say, yeah, that's fucked up. He was right. The tiger ate its tail. Essentially, and at least in that, he conceded at least in that one point.
Because I was talking common sense. It wasn't ever anything. I wasn't ever saying anything fucking controversial. It's serious. Like that whole like rise of the social justice warrior, the hard left, or whatever you want to call it, with such a like emperor has no clothes time in this culture, where it was like everything was such common sense. Like it was so easy to see what was real and what was.
Nothing pisses people off worse than common sense, dude.
Yeah. So all those things that I was calling out, it wasn't hard to come up with those arguments. They were the common sense, easy arguments. It was the SJW culture that danced all around it. I'm sure you've seen that meme that's like democracy and or socialism and democratic socialism, and it's like socialism is just a guy on a skateboard jumps down off a set of steps, and democratic socialism is him doing a bunch of kick flips and tricks all the way down and landing, but he still lands in the same fucking place. That whole period of like 2014 to 2018 was a lot of kick flips and tricks in the air, trying to make like bizarre arguments make sense because of like identity politics and progressive stacks. Like, because this person is a disabled black gay transvestite, their opinion, they can't be racist towards you. Like, just because they're literally saying white men are the reason, white men are the terrorists of the world. That isn't a racist statement because she's a black tranny, disabled person or whatever. And that stuff, there's just, common sense just cuts right through those silly arguments. So I never felt like I had to try really hard to get those people to turn on each other. It only took a little effort.
Yeah, you didn't have to do it, but I mean, to your credit, it wasn't a gauntlet I was gonna take up, but like you put yourself in the line of fire. You were
I
like
didn't want
you
to,
were the
man.
one point.
Those people were my friends, Danger Slater and Carlton, and even Rose. I respect the shit out of what Rose built and her hustle, and we had many real heartfelt conversations about business and about career, and I hated to lose those people as friends, but at the same time, like once it was clear to me that the gay ops and the Whisper Network shit had taken hold and was working, and my career was completely ruined, and I had nothing left to gain at all. I didn't have a career left to salvage. I knew that those friendships they didn't have my back.
Yeah.
Rose didn't have my back. Danger didn't have my back, and Carlton, I don't say that he didn't have my back because he remained a personal friend of mine, and we never got into a fight. I mean, that dude is. I don't think I could maintain the kind of calmness and composure that guy maintained during the time that I was basically attacking his life's work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like he has a patience of a saint. I remember reading this little thing on this website, iShot. He submitted a he called it a prose poem to them, and you know, uh, rather than publish the prose poem, there was this whole big exchange between him and the editors, and the editors were like just complete assholes to him, and they just published this interaction. And through the whole thing, like Carlton was just like completely cool and collected, even when they were talking about how, oh, if you're gonna write about women having sex, how do you feel if I wrote about like a bunch of men raping you and stupid shit like that?
Yeah,
And the whole thing, he was just nice and friendly.
and then published it, and then tried to out him publicly, like gotcha. I remember that. I remember that thing. Yeah, he's a cool motherfucker, and he's way cooler under pressure than I am. So I don't ever hold it against him. Like he could have told me to go fuck myself, and he didn't. So that's whatever that says about him as an individual. He definitely doesn't agree with any of the shit that I say. He definitely doesn't. We don't hold any of the same beliefs at all. So it's not like he's like privately on my side, like, yeah, get him, buddy. No, it was never fucking like that at all. He's just really cool dude, easygoing dude.
I always enjoyed that about like Carlton and Rose herself. Like for the longest time, with any kind of turmoil that bubbled up, there was nothing. Like they were stoic. They had no response to anything, and it stymied me after the last BizarroCon that like actually Rose caved into all that pressure, like where historically she never would. And that was
she
I
did
think
she did all the things that they demanded she do, and
right.
then they refused to go to her convention.
And then she never, 90% of the time, like yes, 90% of the people, like she never would have done that before. And why did she give into that now? And it definitely cost her a lot. I don't think we've still not resolved what those decisions have cost Bizarro or Racerhead specifically. But it's definitely cost them to give in to that pressure.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think the pressure was just.
She's not. She's never given into that before, and all of a sudden, this time around, she did give into it. And I know she got some pressure from personal friends of her, and it was probably didn't help, but still, she's always resisted that pressure. She's always been a businesswoman and conducted and left herself out of the politics of things. And this past time, she didn't do that. It's stymies me.
Yeah, I think it's part of it was because it wasn't just from like within the Bizarro community. I think pressure was like coming from the genre fiction community at large. Like there's that article published in that file 70 whatever the fuck those assholes they published about that.
What is that? I didn't know. I don't know about this.
It's like file 7. I can't remember the file, and then it's a name, but it's basically like the it's I'm trying to think of imagine what Reset Era is to video games, that website is to genre fiction. It's
Okay.
just full of like those like self-righteous asshole SJW types.
Yeah.
My
And what
my
is that?
my guess is it wasn't even the larger pressure, the more popular. I think it was her in this instance, people who she closely related to, without naming names, that were leaning in on her, that made her cave.
Somebody that may or may not have had a book pissed on.
Yeah.
But
Man, what was that?
you
What was
know,
the article? Like, what was it about? What did they focus on?
I think they kind of spread the rumor that Chandler Morrison stuck his dick in a black baby doll, things like that, and we're just kind of self-righteous about the
Imagine if they really had done that.
Yeah, that's where I don't believe she caved to that, because she was there and she knew what was and what wasn't, and I don't know if it's popular knowledge about who really started that shit, on the judges panel or not, but
BizarroCon 2020. I'm going to go, and
it seems to be.
I'm going to fuck a black baby doll.
It seems to be somewhat agreed upon now that Chandler Morrison was kind of railroaded. That he didn't deserve the backlash he did.
And he was railroaded by one judge in particular. But they're everybody's hesitant to point out who that one particular judge on the panel was. Who I know who it was.
Who?
You don't know who it was?
Say it. No, I don't know. I know only
Name names
as you guys have told me.
Yeah, I can't believe nobody knows this. I think it's like there was one judge on the panel. I'm hesitant to name the name, but everybody was cool, and it was this one judge who took umbrage, and that was where it all started.
Does the judge have a vagina?
Yeah, oh shit, that judge has a vagina.
Well, regardless of whether they have a real vagina or not, I think if they started, they still have a vagina.
It wasn't an identified ass vagina. It was a very real.
No, it wasn't a trans joke. I was just saying they're a fucking pussy, regardless of their gender.
I'm so hesitant because I don't know if this is. I'm sure anybody who was involved there. I wasn't there, so I'm that's where I'm hesitant to name names. But
okay, that's understandable.
There was a physical vagina who took umbrage. I
some gash, some hole starting this fucking rumor.
If we're all drinking beers and being crass, I might be, but in case O'Brien's gonna listen to this.
I hope he does. Fucking O'Brien, you're a fucking gash.
So I wouldn't want to say anything like Jennifer Robin was the person that was responsible for it, but it might be something to that effect.
Okay.
I kind of didn't get the impression that she was like that, but I haven't read much of her work. But it does seem like it was something that was building for a while, because it seemed like even going back, like after every fucking BizarroCon, there was some controversy about this guy got drunk and was an asshole, blah, 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 blah.
In the end, it boiled up over him, but it had nothing. It became grievances about everything else. Like in the end, it had nothing to do at all with Chandler Morrison. In the end, it had to do with all the fucking problems that were always ignored by Rose. Where like she's fucking. It was the Gary Johnson problems. It was the fucking Kevin Strange problems. It was everything other than fucking Chandler Morrison in the end. But the other thing was that it was all it took was Chandler Morrison raped a black baby to rope in everybody that wasn't Bizarro. That's what drew in the attention. The attention reached beyond Bizarro, where everybody was talking about it, and then everybody's talking about it, and then all these fucking people had a problem with anything in the past fucking 5 years of BizarroCon, which guess what? In the past 5 years of BizarroCon, due to the nature of the people that attend BizarroCon, and Kevin Strange will tell you that everybody's got a problem with something that happened at BizarroCon, because my guess is it became too fucking popular for itself, and there was too wide a range of people that should not have been mixing ever that wound up mixing, and
Fucking called Bizarro Con. It's like, what do you expect it to be?
right. Well, I don't know what I expect it to be, but it does take place in Portland, Oregon. So
what does the future hold for BizarroCon? Do you think they're going to try to run a show this year?
Yeah, I think they will. I think they'll try to like they did. There nobody really knows it, but there was a BizarroCon 2020 or whatever that took place, very impromptu, very announced within a week, and very small in and of itself, which is I think what needs to happen for them to conduct that amongst themselves, correct? They don't need to be. The problem is they in Portland, where it started, is my opinion, is that they're of a like mind, and then as this thing expands and people that are not of that mind come and congregate in that, and they're not the type of people who are down with that, and that's sort of what starts the problems. So they can have their Portland BizarroCon, but I don't think they're the type of people that are able to handle being more popular than Portland, Oregon. Correct?
So you think that they're gonna have a very small, intimate gathering?
Regional. I think they want to keep it regional, and if that's what they want to do, then that's what they want to do. And if there's a demand for Bizarro of itself to get bigger, that will happen. Not in Portland.
We would have done one in Chicago if the Gay Ops and Whisper networks hadn't have sabotaged my career. I was working closely with those guys in Chicago, and we had Rose's blessing, and we were all. My master plan was I had Erica and Seamus in Texas that were going to do a Southwest BizarroCon. I was going to help with Michael Allen Rose put together a Chicago BizarroCon, and then there was going to be the Northwest. Eventually, there would have been a Northeast your way, Mr. Frank, in the New York or New Jersey area, and we would have had sort of try to cover the entire country. Would have eventually had BizarroCons had things continued in the positive direction that we all wanted them to go before everything went to complete shit.
It can't be. The problem is that it's and to your point, like it's Rose. It's they can try their best to say it's not an Eraserhead. It's fucking Rose, and Rose is fucking Eraserhead, and Rose is the BizarroCon award. So it undermines itself, and it can't be that, and it has to be a separate organization, impartial. And there's just I'm sorry, Rose is a wonderful, fucking intelligent, smart person, but she can't ever unmarry herself from Eraserhead, and so it undermines whatever.
She claimed that she was going to do that. The BizarroCon was no longer.
And you're right, and they continued on with another BizarroCon to keep it going, or Wonderland book. They did it regardless, right? And it was still her, right?
And it was still her. So what's the status of that?
Right. So right. It needs to be. She's right. It doesn't need to be her. She needs to step away from it. It needs to be not anybody attached. I mean, at all. Everybody's attached to fucking Bizarro. John Skiff's attached to Bizarro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, needs to be somebody totally fucking impartial. It needs to be somebody in Chicago. It needs to be somebody in Canada.
It's gonna be me. Somebody taking over the Wonderland Awards, motherfuckers.
No, because it's the stranger. But you know what I mean. Like, you still have a vested interest in what an awards ceremony. I mean, it really needs to be. I mean, who's the completely impartial Bizarro like reviewer out there? That doesn't exist.
Yeah, I don't know.
Jeremy Maddox.
Jeremy, fuck yeah, but I
think he'd be perfect for it if he was willing to do it. I don't think he would be.
Jeremy Maddox would, because he's still fucking Bizarro.
And I think also if he did try at this point, they'd chase him away with sticks.
They would.
For sure.
They would, but Jeremy Madden actually is an excellent candidate outside of his biases toward
They're
Portland.
also very weak right now, so maybe they wouldn't be able to chase him very far. I wonder if they really did a concerted push. The last thing they wanted for me and Jeremy to start focusing on Bizarro again.
But
They would be miserable.
I've always said like even myself, I'm fucking Switzerland, right? But I understand the effort that goes into trying to do a legitimate award, and I don't want to take that on. I would never do like the Bazong Award or like, because that's a fucking lot of work, and I wouldn't invest myself into it.
And you're just going to be embroiled in all that drama. Brian Keane said that Richard Lehman died of a heart attack because he became the president of the Horror Writers Association.
Right. And and to that, with the Stoker, like eventually any prominent award subjects itself to politics and politicizing and to just proselytizing and every ugly thing that goes against what an award should be as completely subjective. So even if I did a Bazong Award, eventually it would become bastardized to what it was, and you need that True People's Choice Award. So I don't honestly know what the answer is, but I don't think the answer any longer is the Wonderland Book of the Year awards. That's kind of where I'm at. That's no longer the answer. It was a good answer for a while. It's no longer a good answer for the genre.
Ben, should the Quiet Place crew crash BizarroCon this year?
No, well, one, I don't know if it's going to be able to hold it because of I don't think the coronavirus is going to go that long, but I don't know if anyone's going to have any fucking money at that point to be able to go.
That's true.
All of us have day jobs that we have to take time off, and I can't. That's why I can't really see myself going to any cons unless I could, guarantee I could make money off it.
Yeah, I had completely forgotten about coronavirus. There, you guys lulled me back into a past life, and I had forgot we lived in quarantine land. Anyway, with all that said, guys, been on here 4 hours and 15 minutes. This is a short Quiet Place episode. I don't go this long. I'm pretty exhausted. I was only able to draw two pages, and I had to quit drawing because I was fucking tired. 2 hours ago.
Yeah, Brad's been still going like a madman.
Look at him. He's been drawing this picture for 4 fucking hours. Just killing it.
Yeah, it's some sort of mental illness, I'm pretty sure, that causes.
What are you even doing at this point?
Oh, right now I'm thickening lines, or like line depth, I guess you would say. See, like on this dude, I'm going in and making his outline thicker so that he has more of it stands out a little more out from the back,
How fucking cool is this dude's art? Look at this shit.
Pretty awesome.
And then this is like a weird spaceship up here. It's almost finished. But yeah, now I'm just kind of thickening up some lines to give it, everything doesn't just look the same depth,
Fucking killer, dude.
Yeah.
Guys, I think I'm done. What do you guys think? You guys done?
I'm done.
I guess you should tap out.
All right. Well, I didn't mean to steal Quiet Place's thunder here, but I thought it was a cool show. Glad you guys came on. Thanks for reading your fiction. You guys.
Thanks for having us.
How do you pronounce your last name, Ben?
Ben Arzate.
You can find Ben Arzate on Amazon by his novel. What's it called? Elaine.
The Story of the Why, The Complete Idiot's Guide to Saying Goodbye, and The Sky is Black and Blue Like a Battered Child. I do encourage people to go to bookshop.org to buy my books because, Amazon is fucking up. So, give their competition some money.
And Mr. Frank, did he take off and go piss again?
He might have. Brad, you want to plug your Etsy?
I don't even know what it is. It's in these videos. I know. If you just type Stinkhouse in, it comes up. Pretty much, type Stinkhouse into any social media, and if I'm on there, it'll be on there.
Okay.
Mr. Frank, are you back?
I'm here.
How do we find your work?
Oh man, just go to Amazon. That's where everybody gets work, right? Just Amazon.
Look for Frank Edler.
Frank Edler on Amazon will get you anything that I've written.
Edler. Looking for Brad.
Yeah, not to be confused with Elder, which is often the case with me, but it's Edler.
Frank the Elder.
Frank
Brad
the Elder.
Hell, Cat Coin.
Cat Coin, Death Gets a Bug, Rats in Hell, never published on Strange House Books. The motherfucker told the thing off before. Anyway.
And of course, you can find everything Strangeville at kevinthestrange.com.
Buy my books and don't coof on me.
No coof.
I see the strategy going on. Is Kevin Strange is going live for over 4 hours on a Saturday night to completely tucker out one quarter of Jeremy Mack's Quiet Place, so that Ben he'll be so tired he can't even get drunk to scream at people. He's just ruining the Quiet Place is what he's doing.
Not my intention. I will atone for my sins by hanging out on the Quiet Place for 6 fucking hours tomorrow night.
That's it. It's only going to be 6 tomorrow.
Oh well, who knows how long we'll go.
We got two guests. So I don't know.
Is that on YouTube?
Yeah, they do that on YouTube.
You would just need to find the YouTube channel Hatchet Mouth, and it's under that channel.
Or type in the quiet, or just search for the Quiet Place. But that's a movie title, so I don't know if that's.
It's a rough search that way.
Yeah, rough search that way. Search for WWE Stinkface videos. You'll find the channel.
Jeremy had all those nuked when his old channel was banned.
Yeah. All right, fellas, we're getting out of here. See you guys.
All right. A total pleasure.